Greetings! Welcome to the Sunday show after dark. It's the Sunday show that happens after dark. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I have about 53 seconds left before I can curse on this channel. And I am joined today by my dear friend Shannon Q. How are you doing today, Shannon?
Good. Give me the countdown too, because I want to say the same thing that you want to say.
Yeah.
Let me know when we're in the clear.
It's a harrowing time. It's a harrowing time here in the US of A. And all you flippin' Canadians up there, I'm sure you're having a lovely time, and I'm not mad at all. But we got a great show for everybody tonight. Lines are open right now for theists, for creationists, for science deniers of all kinds. That means creationists, flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, transphobes, chemtrails, cryptids. You pick your favorite. We'd love to talk to you. And also, of course, arguments for gods, arguments against abortion. That's the one that we're doing right now. And also arguments in favor of fascists and Nazis, because that is what is currently marching through our streets right here in the United States of America. And so if you are a MAGA cultist or an ICE supporter, I'm not going to say I'd love to talk to you, because I wouldn't. But what a better public platform, than to take calls right now so that you can defend concentration camps and torture and the reports from the ACLU and Amnesty International detailing out the truly fucking horrific, I believe we're past the mark now, truly fucking horrific conditions that we are keeping immigrants in, and the over 100 U.S. citizens that have been unlawfully detained, and even a couple of U.S. citizens have deported, including veterans, because they weren't white or they were in the way. We'd love to talk to you. So pick up that phone, 720-619-2288, or if you're outside of the U.S., you can use the web link down in the description to talk to two atheists, leftists, communist, socialist, Marxist, anarchist, because those words all mean the same thing, apparently. People whose parents took Tylenol, and tell us what you know about science, about politics, about religion. Pick your favorite. Shannon, what kind of calls are you open to take today?
Oh, well, I do so love calls about the soul, and I love calls about morality, and I love calls about, well, I don't love them. I don't love any of them, really. I like taking calls about why I shouldn't have my bodily autonomy. Those are my favorite. I'm all about those. All about those. So anybody of that ilk, bring it. Let's see if you can get past my little girl pea brain. And I mean, I'm extra dumb liberal because I'm Canadian, and we all know that we're socialist, communist. Up here.
Maple syrup for blood. It's a time. I'm hoping. I've got a couple folks from Threads and a couple folks from Instagram who were, as always, promising to tell me how wrong I am and how stupid I am, and how they can debunk evolution and prove God through philosophy, and prove the biology that sex and gender are synonymous and binary, and of course that this recent man, Alex Peretti, who was just murdered, actually deserved it for exercising his First and Second Amendment rights. So down to talk to anybody. I'm real spicy today. And, you can say I'm ill-prepared, because there's a lot of things that are just now happening that are in fluid motion. And there's a lot of horrible things going on in the world right now. And wouldn't you know it, the same fucking idiots that have been spent the past couple of years telling you that you can't support Palestine without supporting terrorist organizations are now also telling us that you can't support the protesters fighting against a theocratic fascist regime without also inherently supporting a monarchy that's a puppet government for, Western imperialism. Great. I would love to talk to anybody. We got a great show for anybody to call into, and we go as long as we need to on this show. So pick up that phone, 720-619-2288, or use the web link down in the description. Shooting for about 3 hours on this show, but we'll see if we need to go a little bit later. With that, do you have any final thoughts? I'm vamping briefly because we have, it looks like, 2 theists on hold who are being screened, and we have 1 atheist who is currently waiting. And usually we don't do atheist calls first, but we can. But vamp with me.
Yeah,
vamp with me to get these theists.
No, I've actually had a bunch of things to say, but I was waiting for you to finish.
Oh, great, yeah.
So you know what's weird? Okay, first off, it feels weird doing anything but talking about what's happening right now. Like, it feels weird doing anything else. I've had the most helpless feeling, like both being in Canada and also just, not knowing how to talk to people, how to do anything but like comfort my American friends and, give them, words of support and affirmation. And that feels hollow, and it feels like it's absolutely not even remotely enough. And I mean, I know that you mentioned, a monarchy. I literally live in a country that is part of a monarchy. Like, we're part of the British Commonwealth here in Canada. The Queen, who's passed, is on our money, and we've managed to not be corroded as much. We've got our problems, but nothing like that. I worry constantly. Like, it's a source of constant anxiety for me, worrying about you guys and what's going on and what it means for sane people who aren't justifying these things. And it's been blowing my mind, the same group of people that was, just freaking out and protesting because they had to wear masks to protect people.
Yeah.
And that was an infringement on their rights. The same Second Amendment people who are saying that we have always got the right to bear arms are finding all of these justifications, and I'm trying to wrap my head around like the psychology of it. Is it just that you don't want to do something that will help other people? Like, is it an empathy
I think
issue?
I think it is just, it's a cult. It's what Trump says goes. And so the same people who voted for Trump and rallied behind Trump because it was all about no new wars and ending wars are now 100% down with going to war with Venezuela, 100% down with going to war with Greenland and NATO, no problem, 100% down with going to war with Canada, no problem at all in any of that. They want the imperialist spread. The same people, as you said, who were talking about how vaccines and masks that were not forced upon them ever are now it's this major assault on their freedom they're impeding their rights, are 100% down with papers, please, with masked, unidentified thugs marching down the streets with guns, demanding to see the paperwork of anybody who isn't white, and brutalizing anybody who fails to comply, or just killing them. The same people who have justified every school shooting by saying, well, we need the Second Amendment, we need the right to bear arms, the same lunatics who proudly post pictures of themselves walking around with guns in Walmart to own the libs, are now behind Trump when he just posted on Truth Social that only a terrorist would be walking around in public with a gun.
Right.
And so this man had to die. And they're 100% with it. So they have no morals. They have no standards. They have no guidelines. They have no baseline. They have no, bottom. They have no line that can be crossed to say, this is now the worst thing in the world. This is now something we have to stand against. The only thing that could possibly matter to them is their own families and their own wallets. And most of them would sacrifice that for Trump, too. They are in a fucking cult. And I do not use those words lightly. I do not use that as a flippant meme. I do not say that to try to get clicks. I mean it 110% sincerely. This man is a cult leader. He's dumb as all hell, and he's got a big gregarious personality, and he says the stupid things that these stupid people want to hear, which is the most simple, nuanceless, uninteresting, boring, basic shit that has no fucking basis in reality, but it makes sense to them. Makes sense to the illiterate fucking nimrods that follow along behind him. And that's why I've spent so many years trying to find that common ground and trying to like not be too harsh about it. But I agree entirely with Jovan and with Austin on this one, that like if you are still in this cult, if you are still MAGA at this point, you are either stupid or evil. Like there's no fucking way.
It's right in front of your face.
You can't. It's seriously, especially with this stuff. We were talking before the show about Renee Good and about Alex Peretti. There is no fucking way.
The Venezuelan money he's holding in Qatar, and he's like the straight out lies. Like he said that NATO has never, ever, ever done anything for the US. I'm sorry. The only time Article 5 was ever invoked, ever, was Afghanistan. And I have family members who served there who watched their friends die, who have PTSD. Like I have family members and friends who went to Afghanistan with the Canadian military. We had no skin in that game. We went because Article 5 was invoked. And it's the only time Article 5 was ever invoked. So to stand up and say that NATO has never done anything for the only time was all of us standing behind you because that's what you're supposed to do. And that he's absolutely out of his mind. And now other people, like he's forcing people to coalition build outside of the United States, which is ultimately, once people get on their feet about that, and I think politicians outside of the US are absolutely placating him right now because he escalates at the, immediately until they can get their ducks in a row. But once those ducks are in a row, economically, you guys are going to be screwed. Like, I don't know if he thinks the U.S. runs the world. I think he actually does think that the U.S. runs the world.
He does.
And therefore now
100%.
he runs the world.
100%.
But that's not the way it works. Like, you need to have trade partnerships with other people. You can't just invade. You can't threaten to annex or just take over countries. He already did that with one. He's declared himself the fucking president of Venezuela, which is insane. And he's lying about who should be there. He installed the same regime. He took one leader out, and then that person's right-hand man went in. And they're now negotiating, and now he's selling the oil and not even putting it in the U.S. Treasury, not even putting it in Qatar.
He's already earned, like, what was it, like $1.4 billion just over this first year? He's making money hand over fist, and he knows it. And everybody fucking knows it. But it's going to be the same lies out of the fucking cultists say, oh, no, he doesn't even take a paycheck for this. Oh, wow. Neat. There's no other way to make money, is there? And meanwhile, he's pardoning drug traffickers.
The Bitcoin guy, who then built a partnership with the firm that is owned by his children. And he was funneling, like he was in there for like laundering money. So he pardoned a guy who's a billionaire who was laundering money and sending it to terrorist organizations. And then that person partnered with his children, and people are like, oh, that's fine. Like, it's in front of your face.
And all this is shit. All this is happening. And I'm just like, all I can keep thinking is whatever the fuck's in those Epstein files needs to be fucking atrocious for this to be the distraction, which, by the way, still can't get that through the thick fucking heads of MAGA cultists and ICE fucking supporting fascists to say, like, hey, completely univocally, one single member of Congress voted no. Everybody voted that we need to be releasing these files immediately, and when they had a deadline, we are now well over a month past the deadline, the legal deadline, and not only have they not released the Epstein file, they've released less than 1% of them. They've also retracted a bunch of them because they had Trump's face and name in them. And the only response that I get is, well, Democrats didn't release them. Even if you're dumb enough to not fucking get that they weren't able to for a little while, even if you were going to, fine, no problem. Okay, great. Lock them all up. Send them to the same goddamn cell. Put them in prison next to Trump. Why the fuck is every single moral standard, well, the Democrats did it too? Like, how the fuck do you not have a spine? Anyway.
I think they think we have the same mindset that they do, which is protectionist. These are one of ours. We need to protect them. But I think maybe they don't realize, like, on the left, we're more like, oh, okay, if they did that, fuck them. Like, we're not venerating anybody. Like
Mm-hmm.
you're supposed, and most of us don't even like the leaders in the Democratic
Mm-hmm.
Party. It's just the best we seem to be able to do thus far. Anyway, sorry. I could go on a diatribe for a
No.
very long time. We're supposed to host a show, but it feels weird to do
Yeah.
anything but talk about it. You know what I mean? Like
That
it's
that's exactly
that
where I'm at with it as
serious.
well. It's I've got a silly little YouTube video that I'm supposed to be putting out within the next
Yeah.
couple of days that I have to record tomorrow about debunking silly creationist arguments, and I've got to be all fun and funny about it. I've got 2 or 3 TikToks about neat science facts I'm supposed to be recording in the next couple of days and put those out for the end of the month. I have got contracts to go be a plucky, jovial science guy. And let me tell you how fucking weird that feels. And
Yeah.
it's not new. It's been, years of this. Every day I would wake up and I'd see more stuff about the genocide in Gaza. And then I'd have to find the time to like, okay, I have to do my job now. Because if I fail at my job, I can't spread a message to try to help people. So I've got to be a goofball now so I can try to grow as a content creator. And also I have to put food on my own table. So I've got to do this thing. This is my job. And then it was the same thing with, ICE starting. It was the same thing with Trump getting elected. It was the same thing with fucking the protests in Iran. It's the same thing with the fucking war in Ukraine. It's the same thing with the fucking genocide in Sudan. It's the same thing with attacking Venezuela. It's every goddamn day. And woe is me, right? I'm not trying to complain here and just talk about how sad it's just, y'all, it is so fucking weird getting up here and doing this show and doing my day job and everything else. And I know I'm not the only one.
No.
So I hope you all feel some sort of solidarity. Like I said, I'm not trying to just put a pity party on me here. I'm trying to let you know this is a fucking strange time for everybody. This is not normal. This is not okay. And if you are not okay, that is okay. We already have somebody on the line who wants to talk about what they can do besides voting. I am not going to give you great advice, and I'm probably not going to take your call right now because we have other callers that are waiting. But like, you need to be looking for community organizations in your area that are working on this. If you go out trying to be a lone wolf, whatever, to fulfill the revolutionary fantasies that we're taught in school, you're going to get yourself or others killed or hurt or make the whole movement look bad. You need to be partnering with local organizations around you, find community organizers or become a community organizer and get people out and on your side. Not everybody is going to be at a protest. Not everybody can be at a protest. So find ways to be helpful. Speak out online, donate to reputable charities, donate to immigrant law center, legal help centers, the Immigrant Legal Resource Center and places like that are going to stick up for these people. Donate to the ACLU, donate to Amnesty International if you have money to donate those places, or you can volunteer for these people. Donate fucking blood. Like, find a way to be helpful is what you should be doing. If you want to know what to do besides voting, go find ways to engage in your community and be helpful. And that can be as simple as meeting your neighbors and talking to them and helping break through their echo chambers. And it can be as complicated as putting yourself on the front lines of a protest and making sure that you're the person who gets tear gassed so that the immigrants behind you don't. Those are the things that you can be looking into. Just fucking make sure that you are safe and that if anybody is out there trying to make you violent, that you are noting that that person is probably a Fed. So just be fucking safe. Stick up for the people around you. And there's some layers to that blow my mind, because I think about Alex Peretti. What he did was stand in front of a woman that ICE had just shoved over. That was what he did to get shot. And I can't see that video without thinking that I would have done the exact same thing. There are videos of me at protests putting myself in front of shit because that's what you do. That's what I've been trained to do. And knowing the outcome, that's scary as fuck. To think that I would have done the same thing and that's how this person got killed. And what's even scarier in its own way is knowing that I still will make the same decision. So just be realistic, y'all, and be fucking safe is what I hope everybody knows. Be realistic and be safe.
And if you're a business owner, allow people in marginalized or at-risk groups to work from home. If you know somebody's at risk and you can deliver them food or help them run errands so that they don't have to be at risk by leaving their home, maybe help them by doing that.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Help
We're
them
already
with
doing
a plan if they need to relocate, just connect with the people around you, figure out who's at risk and figure out the best ways collectively and individually to support them and keep them safe.
In Minneapolis right now, and in fact a lot of Minnesota, they are doing distance learning in schools because ICE agents are waiting outside the schools. They're
using kids to ply out their parents.
Yes.
And then detaining the kids.
Telemedicine doctor's appointments because ICE is at hospitals and at doctor's offices looking for anybody who isn't white. So that's a fantastic point you brought up. There are a lot of people who need to stay home right now. Find ways that you can help those folks. Yeah.
Find ways you can help those folks. If you're a business owner with any kind of conscience, and I know not all jobs can be done this way, but if there is a way for this person to be able to work from home, allow them that accommodation to keep them safe.
Yeah. That's huge. That's really, really huge. And donate to your local food pantry because there's going to be people who are going to lose their jobs because of that, and they need to feed their kids. Help out.
Go to the food pantry and pick up food and take it to the people who need it.
This is our fucking country.
Deliveries.
This is our fucking country, and this is our fucking planet, and these are our fucking neighbors, our fucking community. So do your part and stick up for them and spread the message. That's the best you can do. With that, we're going to go and start taking calls and act like everything's normal for a little while.
Okay.
Thank you all for letting us vent for 20 minutes and letting us get all this out in the air. It feels better. I know it's not what you guys probably tuned in for. But just from a content creator perspective, it feels better to acknowledge and be honest about the fact that this fucking sucks and it's scary for everybody before I just roll right into a show where we got a call about abortion and we got a call about trans people. We got a call about morality. Those are what are currently in the queue. So like, I'm not going to fuck, man. Think about what's going on right now and then convince yourself to jump into that. Just thank you for letting us vent for a minute. It's really, really cool. And we hope it helps some of you have a little bit of catharsis as well. With that, Shannon, my dear friend, I'm going to let you pick the first call, and I think I know which one you're going to pick.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think I'll do, as a warm-up call, morality.
No, we're taking an atheist call first? Breaking the freaking mold?
Yeah.
All right. Call. Well, all right, Jake. Yeah,
hello?
You're on the line with Shannon and Shannon and Forrest. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Fantastic, I guess.
Yeah. So I would like to talk about morality here. It's really complex. I've been doing a lot of research, and where I'm kind of at, because me being an atheist, I grew up kind of Christian, semi-Christian household, and you know that like Christian morality is that like you mentioned like the first layer like of Kohlberg's model where you just do whatever God says. I find that Christian morality is like subjective because why ought I follow God? Because because let me first define objective. Well, objective in the Christian stance is that there's like a foundation, universal foundation of morality that's like it's like objective, applies to everyone. It's like a metaphysical. It's hard to explain. Like it's just out there. You know what I mean? And
in the ether.
Yeah.
And so it's a tangible concept that exists outside of human minds, and I don't think it is a tangible concept that exists outside of human minds.
Yeah.
And I think that the reason that morality is subjective, even in a religious framework, even if you have like a prescriptionist sort of version of morality, where what God says is ultimately moral, that's still subjective because it's subject to the wills and whims. You can't say that it's his nature because then if you look into the theological texts for, the Christian God specifically, there's inconsistencies with the application of morality, which would mean that this deity is capable of augmenting their perspective, which would mean that it's not their nature. It would mean that it's not static. It's not the same over time. It changes contextually. And if it changes, because that's usually the counter argument, right? It's like, oh, you need to take into account the cultural context. Oh, okay. Well, if we're taking into account a context, then that means that it's not objective anymore because it's contextual, and it can't be both objective and contextual because those two things are in direct opposition to one another. So I think I probably agree with you, Jake.
Yeah, I think you're preaching to the choir a little bit, because I also would say that, you know, Christian morality is ultimately subjective because God is a subject. And we see repeatedly in the Bible, you know, alone, if we're taking the Bible as you know, what you could call, I guess, scripture or gospel, we see God change his morality multiple times, while also saying that his morality never changes. And so, you know, you can't have one thing that's a commandment, say, thou shalt not kill, and then another time you're paving commandments to commit genocide, and say that morality never changes with God, unless you do the usual apologetics trick of saying, well, it's actually thou shalt not murder, and murder is definitionally unjustified, and when God tells you to kill somebody, that's justified, so it's not technically murder, which is just this bullshit opt-out that, again, puts it back on whatever God says goes. So you have, ultimately, just divine command theory. If God says it's good. And so when God commanded slavery, that was good. And the rest of the time, slavery can be bad. When God committed rape, that was good. And the rest of the time, rape can be bad. When God was all about genocide and murder and slaughtering babies, that was good. But then the rest of the time, you know, whatever, abortion is bad or whatever thing you know, that's really where it boils down to, man. I don't know if there's anything else we're going to say that we're going to disagree on this call.
It also eliminates the definition of morality, because you actually don't have to define it. If you're saying that morality is whatever God says, then you can't have a clear definition of morality because it needs to fit within the confines of everything he has ever done. And he's done things that we, like, emotionally would feel are wrong, and also things that within a more secular or philosophical framework, you can hold it against the definition of what morality is. I think a lot of conversations about morality take for granted that you need to first define what morality is. Once you define what morality is, you know, you kind of, you know what the rules of the game are. So it makes it so that that definition of morality, any good viable definition of morality, no longer is even plausible, because any definition that you give is you're gonna find a contradictory stance in how God acted. So the only definition that is remaining to you as viable is whatever he says is moral, which means that that morality itself is inconsistent. And that would make it subjective, because, like Forrest said, God is a subject, and one who apparently is able to contextually make different decisions and change his mind.
You're just following orders like an obsequious dog and doing whatever the master tells you to, like Ted Cruz, for example. Wanted to bring it back to politics.
Yeah, that's one thing about morality, because, well, morality is conditional on sentience, on agency, because you can't make a rock moral. You can't give a rock morality. Right. It's conditional on sentience and stuff like that. I actually have an argument for, like, secular objective morality, if you guys want to hear it. It's really it was hard to understand at first. But if you guys want to hear it, could I share it?
Yeah, super quick. And then we have a bunch more calls. Really quick.
Yeah, just quick as you can, because so far you have said several things that are word for word what we say on this show. So, like, yeah, let's get into that, and then we're gonna move on to calls that disagree with us.
Okay. Oh, crap. A syllogism might be too long. Crap. I can try to explain it real quick. So
yeah, go.
So, you know, Immanuel Kant. So with Immanuel Kant, it's based morality is based off agency. So, right. So to be an agent is to have, like, goals and to act for reasons, and acting for reasons presupposes instrumental conditions. Like, you need minimally, you would need call for reason, freedom and well-being, because without those, goal pursuit is impossible. And when an agent claims freedom and well-being for themselves, they must justify this by appealing to features of agency, of having goals and to make means to end, not merely by, like, identity or because it's me. And other agents, they share the same relevant properties of agency, of goals, dependent on freedom and well-being. And to claim freedom and well-being for yourself while denying them to others without relevant difference is an arbitrary self-exemption. And an arbitrary self-exemption undermines justification is incompatible with rational consistency. So any agent who claims freedom and well-being as reason for himself is rationally committed to recognizing those same reasons for other agents, and denying this is actually committing a self-defeating contradiction within reasoning itself. That's the entire argument, basically. But like, yeah, you call reason for yourself instrumentally freedom and well-being, and like you must treat like cases alike.
I've heard things like this. I'm not a philosophace, so I'm not gonna dig into it too much. But yeah, I've heard a lot of things in the same vein, and I think we've hit all the nails on all the heads about like what we agree on for this whole thing. Shannon, do you have anything left before we move on?
I have a different perspective on morality. I think maybe I'm a non-cognitivist. I don't know, but I actually think that most morality is framed in harm avoidance. I think it's more easy and more clear to frame morality as not causing harm to others than it is to frame it as you ought to do something good for others or collectively as the group. I think that it gets a little bit more ambiguous there. So I'm not sure if I agree, but we do need to move on. It's an interesting subject.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm not sure if I entirely agree, nor that I 100% understand.
Right. Anyway, take care of yourself, Jake. I appreciate you calling and kicking off our show.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye, Jake. Nice to talk to you.
Have you heard of, there's that...
Needed a palate cleanser.
JoJo's Dilemma or something like that? You know
JoJo's Dilemma.
Or something like that. I know it's JoJo Paradox or JoJo or whatever like that, but it's about King Joe and Prince JoJo. So I'm just going to say King and Prince to move on. Yeah, but the general framework is there's this brutal dictator king who is just as evil as can be. He gets everything he wants as soon as he asks for it. He slaughters anybody who disobeys him, and he forces his peasants, all the people in the kingdom, to sing his praises at all times. And he has a son, and so the son grows up, and this is everything he knows. Is everybody says how great the dad is, and he gets everything he wants all the time, and he's just as evil as he wants to be all the time, and that's just how everything is. So now when the son becomes king, when the son when the son dies and son becomes king, then now the son behaves exactly like the dad and is just as brutal and terrible and evil, but that's all he's ever known and what he thinks is normal moral life. So you can call what the son is doing wrong, and you can say it's bad and harmful and all those things, but can you call the prince evil? Because he's only doing the only thing that he knows to ever do and has never had any experience otherwise. And it's kind of a fun way of thinking about that, where it's like, kind of has a parallel to like Siddhartha, becoming Buddha, where it's like he was kind of this arrogant, self-important asshole until he saw suffering. So before then, was he really doing anything wrong by being arrogant and self-important? Because he didn't know there was any other world than the one where he was lavished and pampered. Or you can take it all the way to some really, really extreme thing. And I think it's a fun thought experiment.
Like an allegory of the cave, only for morality.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not sure. So I could talk about this for hours, but I'm not sure because it would have to be like, if you are the king, you obviously have subjects and a court. So there definitionally would be other people involved, right? There's always definitionally other people involved, which like they don't exist in a vacuum. It's not like the Chinese language room, right? Where there's somebody alone in the room and they're translating. Do they ever actually learn what they're translating? Do they ever actually learn the language? Or so it's it seems as though it's trying to be akin to that. However, in the hypothetical itself, it's built in that there's going to be interactions with people and actions upon people. So because there's actions upon people, I don't think that you can divorce it from the fact that all morality is interactional and involves what you do to other people. That's baked in. So I think you can still say that the person, the Prince JoJo, who ultimately becomes King JoJo, is bad because they've had the perspective of, there's always a reason for why you're acting that way. There's always a justification for why you're acting that way. Maybe they've dehumanized their subjects to a way that they don't see them as moral agents, but they are still moral agents that exist within the paradigm of the hypothetical. So I think you can still call that person bad. I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That's a great perspective. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. And so I can make arguments in both directions. And I think it's just an interesting, when we're talking about morality like this and talking about divorcing it from the people around you and whether that's possible. I don't think it is. Like, but especially when we're talking about divine philosophy, morality, because that is necessarily divorced from any human being, because God is the one deciding. And it's like, well, what does that mean? You know what I mean? It's real interesting. It's real interesting, real fast. With that, you got to do a fun call. I'm gonna do a fun call.
Yep,
if that's cool with you. Even though yours, I'm gonna take Cortez, who is a theist who says he doesn't believe in transgender. That's just what it says on the thing.
I don't even know what that. How is that possible?
It's wild. Cortez, you were on the line with Forrest and Shannon. How are you doing today?
I'm all right.
Right on, man. Okay, so it just says it says he doesn't believe in transgender, and I don't know if that is what our screener wrote down or if that's how you phrased it yourself. So just, if you wouldn't mind, kind of give me a brief synopsis of what you're calling in about today.
I don't believe in the concept of a male or a female disassociating towards their own body.
Okay. So you don't believe that, say, for example, trans men are men and trans women are women. You're arguing that sex and gender are synonymous terms.
I don't believe a woman or a man can be a biological structure than what they are born to.
Didn't really answer my question there. Are you saying that there's no difference between sex and gender?
Yes.
Okay.
Woof.
So just starting with the beginning here, like, if sex and gender are the same thing, you do recognize that gender norms, gender roles, gender behaviors, gender expectations, gender presentation, gender feelings, gender identities, all of these things, they change over time across generations, right? You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you also agree that they vary across cultures, right? So what's typical of men and women in one culture certainly isn't going to be what's typical of men and women in another culture, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you also agree that the people in these different time periods and different cultures and all these different things, they're not being, like, indoctrinated into these behaviors. They are just growing up in this culture with these gender roles, and they are identifying one way or the other. Like, this is not like someone's sitting them down and beating a gender into their heads. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, great. So now, final question here. How is that possible if gender is the same thing as sex? That would necessitate that our sexes are also changing, and that sexes are different in different cultures, and that generationally males are just different things and females become different things. Like, how is that possible that sex is changing so fundamentally and so dramatically from generation to generation?
Can you ask me a question in my dairy?
I'm sorry?
What? I didn't hear that.
In my thinking, because of how you formed the question, I don't understand how it relates to my thinking.
Okay, can I try something?
Well,
Is
Sure.
it okay, Forrest, if I try? Okay.
Yeah, go
Can
for
you
it. Yeah.
can you see me on the screen, Cortez?
No, I'm on my phone.
Okay. Have you seen me before? Like on
No,
YouTube screen. Okay.
maybe,
Maybe.
but
Okay.
I don't know you.
So my name is Shannon. I have very long hair, feminine features, feminine voice, kind of. So if you,
That's
if,
fine.
so if no, listen to me for a moment. If you are looking at somebody like me, how do you determine whether or not you think personally that I am a guy or a girl? Like, what kind of deliberations do you do in your head? Like, what kind of thoughts? What metrics do you use?
I look at your physical structure.
You look at my physical. Okay. So if I had maybe like a thinner face, longer hair, slightly higher voice, maybe, wore makeup, had, a more traditionally feminine shape. Okay. Well, how would you determine it then? How do you determine, like, in this conversation right now, do you think you're speaking to a woman?
Yes, but that's a assumption.
Why? No, not but. You think you're speaking to a woman, right? Why do you think you're speaking to a woman right now?
Your voice, but that's an assumption.
My voice. Okay, so my voice is one of the ways that one of the cues that you would utilize to determine in a social setting, in like a cultural, sociocultural environment. Those are one of the ways in our society that we determine in interactions day to day whether or not we think somebody in our head is male or female, right? We're both going to agree on that, right?
No.
We're not going to agree on that. Okay. So when you enter an interaction with somebody, anyone, you don't know whether or not they're male or female. You can't tell.
I can always tell by
You can
their,
always tell. Okay.
yeah,
Am I a female?
by their, and I can't tell because I'm not interacting with you
can't
face to face.
tell. Oh, okay. So if you saw a picture of me, like if you just look at the YouTube video, look at the thumbnail, you saw a picture of me and I look classically feminine. Let's say I look like, Pamela Anderson or something. Like you look at her and you think to yourself, I'm not quite sure if that's a male or a female.
I'm not looking on YouTube. I'm looking in real life when I'm interacting with people, like
So you can't.
face.
So you're saying you can't tell anyone's gender if they are not standing in front of you.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting. That's not the only way to tell gender, right? But those are a component of gender, is what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that just because somebody presents classically male or classically female in our society, that is the be all end all. But what I am saying is that there's a confluence of sociocultural like amalgams that we look at when we're determining what gender is. It can come down to makeup and hairstyle and fashion choices and body shape and all of those things. Like just when we're looking at somebody, we're making those determinations in our mind, and we're making those based on visual and sociocultural clues. We're not making them based on chromosomal or genital clues. Because we don't have access to those.
Genitals. I wanted to get there.
Yeah. But he says sex and gender are the same thing. And this is maybe an assumption on my part, Cortez, but if you think sex and gender are the same thing, then you're saying that sex is some sort of biological, like fixed, determined thing. That would mean that gender is as well, if you think that they're identical and they're the same thing. But just through this conversation, you've admitted that there are visual cues, there are sociocultural cues, there are like demeanor cues, there are like performative cues, there's confluence of cues just that you're making assessments with when you're looking at somebody or talking to somebody. Like you even just said that my voice sounds feminine. So my voice sounding feminine isn't necessarily a genetic thing. You can train your voice to sound more feminine, or you could be a man who's just born with a naturally more feminine voice, or a woman who's born with a naturally more traditionally masculine voice. But that is part of the confluence of cues that we aggregate together in the performance of gender, which is different from sex fundamentally. And you admitted that by admitting that you make those assessments at all.
I do, but that's in front of my own eyes. Are you asking me a question?
You're still making those assessments, whether I'm standing in front of you or you're seeing me on a screen.
I still have a couple of questions to just go back to the beginning here, because you're fine. I think that like we might be getting ahead of ourselves here. Cortez, I asked you a minute ago, like about sex and gender, and you asked me to put it in your framework, and I don't know how I could have done any better. So I'm just going to rephrase that question, and maybe we can tie into what Shannon's asking you here. You told me that you understand that gender changes over time. Gender changes across cultures, gender changes across generations, gender changes from person to person. How is that possible if sex and gender are the same thing?
Because you're talking about gender when it comes to a person's opinion about their physical body and their interaction with a social society.
Right. So you understand that if we were to talk about, just say, for example, the ways in which males and females typically behave in a society, and the ways in which they individually identify with their position in that society, the cultural construct of what is expected of them, we could call that gender, right?
So their opinions.
No, not opinions. The whole cultural construct. What is expected of them and what they expect of themselves based on the culture around them.
That's what I call opinions.
But you understand that's not just their opinion, right?
That's their opinions and other people's opinions.
Sure. And just to be clear, I'm glossing over a lot of shit here. But, like, even just in that way, you would be separating sex from gender. Even if you wanted to take it to this really ridiculous level where sex is just this strictly biological thing and gender is just opinions, those are still different constructs.
No, it's not.
Let's try a different way. I think we're going to get there eventually, man. Cortez, what is a woman?
A woman is
Oh, I
a
can't wait.
physical, biological human being that has a different chemical and muscle structure than I do have.
Okay, so I'm a woman then.
No.
That's true.
I have a different,
Good God.
I guarantee I do not have the exact same chemical and muscle structure that you have.
No, you don't. Yeah, I mean, maybe you don't, but at the same time, can you give birth? Can you
Well, that's not what you said.
feed?
You said a different chemical and muscle structure than you. Are you saying that all women are able to give birth, and that is what defines a woman?
Yes.
Yes, okay. My mother had a hysterectomy. She no longer has a uterus. So you're saying that she is not a woman anymore. She was a woman, and now she's not.
saying she is still a woman.
But she can't give birth.
She's still a woman.
Okay, so women are people who have a different muscle structure than you and can give birth sometimes.
No, just because I'm a disabled male, and yes, I still have a penis, and yes, I can still get a woman pregnant. Just because I have
Well, thank
a
you for telling us all about your
disability.
genitals. I didn't ask. I was just wondering what a woman is. And so far, the definition you've given me is anyone who has a different chemical and muscle structure than you have who can sometimes give birth. Is that your definition of a woman?
A woman is able to give birth. I am able to get a woman pregnant. That's the
Right,
definition.
but we just established there are women out there that cannot give birth. Women who have had hysterectomies, women who are post-menopause, women who are born without uteri, or whatever the case may be. There are plenty of women who can't give birth.
You also just made any infertile or impotent man not a man as well.
That is true as well. Yeah, if you lose your testicles, you're not a man anymore. If you lose your penis, you're not a man anymore. If you're infertile, you're not a man anymore.
That's a disabled male. That's a disabled female. Just because
so I'm going to ask again.
Disabled.
So let me ask even more simplistically, like really, really strict. Like, are you familiar with the term necessary conditions for things? Like, if I were to say, like, I own a club and I say it is necessary for every single person who comes in my club, they must be wearing a jacket. That is the dress code for the club. You cannot get in the club unless you have a jacket on. So every person who comes in has to have a jacket. If I let one single person in that isn't wearing a jacket, then it is no longer necessary to wear a jacket. I cannot say you have to have a jacket to get into the club. So I want to ask you, Cortez, what is the necessary condition for being a woman? Something that every single woman has and no women do not have. Or no non-women have, I should say. Okay. But again, every single woman doesn't have a uterus. Every single woman does not have a uterus. And also, not everyone with a uterus is a woman. Not everyone with a uterus is a woman either.
That's
not everyone with
still a female. That's still a
so
female.
You're saying that.
So
you're saying just to be clear, Cortez, you're saying that a man who has persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, so he is born with a uterus and maybe even part of a vagina, but he also has a penis and testes, that's actually a woman. That's what you're saying?
That's a disabled person or
Can you tell me?
It's not a disability.
Do you know what the word necessary means, Cortez?
Necessary means you're talking about my biological structure, and you're talking about the anomaly of other people not born or shaped like me.
I'm just asking you what the word necessary means. I'm not asking about biology at this moment. I'm asking if you understand what I'm asking you when I ask you for a necessary condition.
Yeah. So, to be in a subject that's necessary when it comes to someone having certain features or certain things to be included in that subject that you're talking about in this conversation.
I'm saying that it's something that must be there. So if I were to say all women must have this thing, it is necessary. If there is one single woman that doesn't have that thing, then it's not necessary anymore, right? And if I say it is necessary that no women have this thing, and one woman has that thing, it's not necessary anymore. We're talking about an exclusion. We're talking about a category. So I have a definition of women that fits every single woman and excludes every single person who isn't a woman. I don't think that you do, Cortez. I don't think you know what a woman is. And I don't think you know what sex is. And so I think you're just kind of making up whatever feels right in the moment, and anything that contradicts your worldview, you're just hand-waving it away. And that's not a scientific way of behaving. That's a very religious way of behaving. So I'm curious, can you tell me what is the thing that defines a woman?
Do you want to know me? Yes. To me, it's titties. It's the muscle fat. It's how
titties.
A woman
titties.
When it comes
this man
to
just said titties.
It's titties, yo.
This man just said titties.
If you have a mastectomy, you are no longer a woman.
Or you're just a naturally flat-chested woman, which is a thing that fucking happens. And also, if you're a man who has larger than normal, you're a woman now. By your definition,
you can't feed a child. It's because
yes, you can.
You have
men can
lactate.
Breastfeed.
No.
Men can lactate. Yes, they can.
No, they can't.
Yes, they.
No,
oh my god.
So you just fundamentally don't know anything about biology. You know you have mammary glands, right? And if your brain were to dump enough prolactin, they would develop. Yes, that can happen.
No, I disagree with you.
Just look up male lactation.
And
I
also,
don't care if you disagree with reality.
Just to be clear, as a woman who is a mother who had extreme difficulty breastfeeding, not all women who are, by your definition, biological women, have that ability either. It's exceptionally difficult. People just assume it's a natural thing that comes. Shut the fuck up. People just assume it's a natural thing that any woman can do, which is a huge disservice to women who have children, because they all come out thinking this is going to be the most natural, easiest thing in the world. And breastfeeding is hard. And for some people, because they don't really lactate, that are, by your definition, women, it's nearly impossible to be able to do it. So do they just, even though they've given birth to a child, by your definition, they'd be excluded from the criteria of women because they can't lactate in an effective enough way to be able to feed their babies. Like, it's just misogyny. No. It's always just fucking misogyny. Always.
No.
It's titties.
No.
I want people to squirt milk out of their fucking titties.
I like how he did actually say titties and ass at the beginning. It's really
Jesus
funny.
fucking Christ.
No. Just because a woman has a hardship.
Our purpose is to make babies for you fucking assholes. Shut up.
You mean, Cortez, you mean to say that not all women have milk-producing titties? So, yet again, you don't know what the fuck a woman is. And you also don't know what lactation is or how it works, apparently, either. Because, yes, males can lactate under certain conditions. Literally, there are drugs There are drugs out there that have to list it as a side effect because it's just a common thing that can happen with certain drugs. Like, sorry, dude, reality doesn't care about your weird fucking biases. That just life is more interesting than you think.
So you can dope yourself up.
Not just through doping yourself up. There's also hormonal imbalances and all sorts of other things that can cause it. It's just a thing that can happen because humans are diverse and interesting. And once again, you don't know jack shit about biology and you don't know what a woman is. I gotta say though, in all fairness, though, this is an extremely typical transphobe call. You don't know anything about this, and every single thing that we tell you that disproves your point, you just hand wave it away as a defect because you don't know what these things are.
So you're talking about defect?
Nope.
So you're talking about defect?
Nope. But you have said that about 30 fucking times rather than listening to anything that was said to you, and the answer is still nope. That's not what I'm talking about at all. You don't know shit about biology, dude. Sorry.
Do you honestly expect anybody to take your argument seriously when somebody asks you, what is a woman? And you say, honestly, first word out of your mouth, titties.
Titty.
Yes, that's
like, did they teach you that at Mensa? Is that a Mensa talking point that you got? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, you said that out loud with your whole ass chest. Like, you've just done anything at all other than make yourself look stupid. So you won't listen.
What's my biological structure as a man?
What's your? I have no idea what your biological structure as a man is. You may not even know. You could have additional chromosomes.
I guarantee you don't. I guarantee he does not know.
My muscles, my strength, my courage,
bitch,
his
please.
strength.
Everything.
I have multiple sclerosis. I'm 44 years old and I'm a competitive softball player who plays at a national level and a competitive soccer player. And I'm willing to bet that if we went head to head in almost any sport, I would make you cry like a little girl for those titties you've been looking for.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, don't you understand, Shannon?
I play sport competitively at a national level. I'll be in the literal softball nationals in Ontario this summer, playing with my team. And I'm in my 40s, and I can string together a sentence too.
Don't you understand, Shannon? That's the thing that another unifying characteristic of all transphobies. They're all so fucking strong and buff, and they can just beat any woman in any sport ever.
But also they're protecting women, right? They're also protecting women.
They need to protect women.
I'll have both my ears open. What are we being protected from again?
They need to keep trans people out of the bathroom, and they need to keep themselves out of biology class.
I would rather be in a bathroom with every trans person on Earth waiting in line than for 15 seconds with you. Like
I'm not talking about that.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'll be honest with you, dude. I think you need to sober up and crack open a biology textbook.
Hold up. I'm talking about, you said that you are an athlete. I'm an athlete myself.
Right.
I'm not saying
you sound
that
like
you can.
What sport do you play?
I'm not saying that you can't.
What sport do you play?
I'm
what
saying
sport do you play?
You,
what sport do you play?
For me,
what sport do you play?
I'm a Belize.
It's a hard word. It's a hard word at the bottom of that bottle, isn't it?
You kicked my ass at blah, 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 blah. Me and you at blah, blah. You probably own me.
And grapple sports, when it comes to a muscle lock or a joint lock,
I think here's the thing, man.
Let's look at my muscle percentage. I have to get it measured, so let me look it up right now.
Cortez, I hate to steal a line from Jimmy Snow here, but like so if I was a professional boxer, right? And like a little 5-year-old girl with fucking, one leg missing walks into the ring and is like, I want to fight. If I beat the fuck out of that 5-year-old girl, does that make me a good boxer? Is that like something to be proud of?
Shit. She said
my muscle ratio for anybody who cares.
Right.
She said
and so that's
51.5.
I'm not talking about her being an athlete. Cortez, I'm not talking about her being an athlete. Cortez, I'm not talking about her being an athlete. You need to try just for a second to keep up. I'm saying that if I was a professional boxer and I beat the shit out of a fucking one-legged 5-year-old girl, that doesn't make me a good boxer, and that's not something for me to brag about. So here's the thing. I'm a biologist I'm a biologist and a professional YouTuber and online debater. You are calling in shit-faced drunk, clearly not knowing anything about biology. If I just continue with this call, it doesn't make me look good. It's not something to brag about. It's me beating the shit out of a child.
I don't know nothing about my physical body. I know nothing about a physical body.
I guarantee you don't know a lot of things about your physical body. But I think that we've spent enough time on this call. I encourage you
in circles.
Yeah, Cortez, I encourage you sober up and crack open a biology textbook and maybe call us again sometime when you're ready to have a serious conversation. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna do it because again, if this is my job, yo. I went to school and studied this shit for a living for a long time. I'm not going to sit here and argue with somebody who literally doesn't know what a woman is. So we're going to move on, Cortez. Have fun sleeping off whatever the fuck you've been drinking. Bye-bye. Have fun with that hangover tomorrow, dude.
It's always misogyny because the moment I've never had a conversation that I brought up, hey, I'm an athlete. I bet you I could beat you one-on-one in my sport of choice. And I also now I have to get my muscle mass measured. I'm 55.5% general muscle mass.
Oh, if only you were a man, then it would be 56.
Right? I just showed it. I showed my muscle mass on screen. So I'm pretty muscular bitch. But every time I bring it up, the first thing that comes out of any man's mouth, even this one who said he couldn't see me, was no.
Is that he could beat me?
No, I could beat you. I could beat you because I'm a woman who deigned to assume that I might be more proficient or stronger in any area that is seen as traditionally masculine. And they need for me to not be like that because all of their definitions of women come down to what we look like, what our boobs or our titties, I was using the wrong word, our titties, what our roles should be,
use whether or not we should give birth,
whether or not they're attracted to us. That's right. I'm sorry. I didn't go to Mensa, so they didn't let me in. They didn't let me in.
No, that's Cortez, he's from Mensa. He was kicked out of Mensa. He's rejected. He is trying to call back in right now, by the way, which is very funny. I guarantee he thinks we got disconnected on purpose. The man is shit-faced drunk.
You should just be let go. It's kicking a puppy at this point. Like that's ridiculous.
That's the whole thing. I'm not. It is funny, and I would like to continue having fun. But at the end of the day, the dude literally said "woman equals titties," and I'm just like, we have better calls.
Yeah. First word.
I do want to say titties.
Titties.
I do want to say shout out to Lord Ben in the chat. Is that the one who keeps having to get fucking muted? And also, Lord Ben and also Mike Bellamy, both people who have been just trolling and leaving tons of comments and have been invited 1,000 times to call in. This is your chance. We have a couple of lines open. Pick up that phone, 720-619-2288. Tell us what we don't know. I tell you, I will take, Cortez, I will take another call from Cortez. He was so sure that he knows everything about his anatomy as a man. When he can tell me the two types of erectile tissue in the human penis, and the differences between that and the human clitoris, we can have a conversation. It just describe, because it's the same two tissues, but there's fundamental difference between them. So tell me about that, and then we can go on from there. Let's talk next to we had one theist who wanted to talk about abortion being immoral, but that person dropped.
They're being screened again.
They're being screened again. This is the same call. Okay,
same name at
least. So let's just go ahead. I'm just going to bring them up from the screening room. Is that cool with you?
I don't care.
Sick. All right, let's talk to Val, who says abortion is immoral.
Oh, okay.
Val.
So how is it now?
Sorry, I pulled you out of the screening room. You were the person who called in a little while ago, but we lost the call. Is that right?
Am I on?
Yes.
You are? Yeah. Are you calling in for the second time,
okay.
is what I'm saying?
No, I think I was waiting for you guys to finish with Cortez. Then I think it was my fault. Maybe I went off, then came back.
No. Nothing is your fault. I just I could have sworn we had you in the screening room, and now you're coming back through, and so we wanted to take your call next anyway. Just so I understand, you are a theist, you believe in a god, and you are calling to say that abortion is immoral. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Awesome. Then we're on the right call.
By the
No problem at
yeah.
all.
Okay. So, by the way, before he paid me to you, is my audio okay?
It's a little crackly and it sounds like you're far away. Do you have us on speakerphone?
No, I'm actually. I have some crappy earphones, so I don't know whether I should just put it on speakerphone.
Could you take us out of the earphones and just hold the phone normally, please?
Oh, looks like they dropped.
Oh, well.
Damn it.
The earphones were the key.
Yeah, I'm messing with Call-In Studio over here as well because Val is still showing up in the host queue. He never went up into the host room for me.
Yeah, me either. I thought that it was mine.
Yeah, it's very strange. Somebody's donating a crap ton of gift memberships, and I think we had somebody at the beginning of the show who did the same thing. So thank you so much to that. That's very kind. It helps the channel out a lot.
Hold on. He might be in the host queue. You might be able to bring him back in.
Oh, I see. I can try.
Let me try again. Yeah, let me try to get him here.
I'll leave it to you. Yeah. There he is.
Val, can you hear us?
How is it now? How is it?
Oh, that's
way
a bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded like we had a problem on our end too, so we got you back.
Oh, okay, that's better. So, yeah, to the prompt, I think abortion is immoral because it's the intentional, direct killing of an innocent life.
Okay.
Disagree.
Cool. Yeah, strongly disagree from both of us, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, because I think every human being has an innate right to life, especially right to life, because we do have other natural rights, but the most fundamental is the right to life. So, and I think insofar as you're a human being, you do have this right.
Okay. So after I remove a fetus from my body because it has the right to life but doesn't have the right to my body, what do you think society should do to attempt to keep it alive?
No, I actually think your fetus has a right to your body. As your mother, you are a mother, and you have a natural responsibility.
That's
where it is.
So
every time.
So just out of curiosity, why? Like, at what point? It sounds like what you're saying here is that it's not that a fetus has the same rights as everyone else, as you originally framed it. It's that a fetus has additional extra rights that nobody else has, which is namely to use someone else's body for sustenance.
Yeah, that is correct. Just like you have parental rights for being a parent, additional rights.
Right.
A fetus, just like we prosecute you as a parent if we find you negligence. Maybe if you abandoned your child in a hot car, or if you don't take care of your child, we prosecute you. We don't say, I have a right to my body because I am me. I don't have to take care of my child. We prosecute you because you have a responsibility towards that child.
And just to be very clear, this is going to sound like a little bit like it's totally different, but I just want to, do you agree that people should have to consent to being organ donors? Or do you think that when someone dies, we should just be able to use their organs for whatever?
No, I think you have to consent to donate your organ.
Okay, so what we're saying
have
here,
more rights than me.
Yes, so what we're saying here is if you are born with female anatomy, if you're born a woman, if you're born with a uterus, however you want to phrase this, you lose rights by being born and you gain rights by dying. Because in the middle, while you're alive, you now someone else could use your body, could use your organs against your will. But when you're a fetus, you have the right to use somebody else's body. You don't have that right when you're alive. And when you die, you gain the same right that you and I have, that nobody can use our body against our will. All women lose rights when they're born and gain rights when they die.
No, I think you made the decision when you have sex. So it's already baked in your consent. Yeah. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So does the right to life relinquish if I'm raped? So that fetus, if somebody puts that fetus in me against my will, does that fetus have the same right to life as if I have consensual sex?
Yeah, the fetus has a right to life just for existing.
Oh, okay. So then your argument isn't that you did this to yourself. You put yourself in this situation, therefore you have an obligation. That can't be your argument because that doesn't stand if I didn't do this to myself. But you're saying I still have an obligation. So the argument you're presenting isn't actually your position. Your position sounds to me as though women, regardless, if you have a uterus and there's a baby in there, you have to relinquish your bodily autonomy and carry that fetus to term because I said so.
No, you don't really have to carry the baby to term. You just don't have to kill the baby.
I'm not killing a baby.
What's the difference?
Yeah, the
I'm
difference
removing
is that, for
it
example,
from me.
Yeah, there are people who say, are you forcing a woman to carry a child? No, because you cannot control, let's say the child is going to die later of natural, natural cause. You're not going to control that. So you cannot force a woman to carry pregnancy or to deliver this baby. You can just say, do not actively kill the child. Simple.
I'm not killing a child. I'm removing it from my body.
Then what happens? Yeah, if it survives, then fine. If the child survives, fine.
That's the issue, is that, like, are you aware, like, a miscarriage, the medical term for miscarriage is spontaneous abortion. So when we say abortion, we just mean ending a pregnancy before full term. That's really all it really is. So what Shannon's talking about here is she's not killing a baby. She is stopping her body from being pregnant. She is terminating a pregnancy. And if that then results in this fetus dying, that's not what she's going for. That's not the intention. That's not her plan. That's not whatever. It may be inevitable, but at the end of the day, all she's controlling is her own body. Where's the disconnect there for you?
Yeah, the disconnect is neglecting the fact that her body, especially those the concerned organs, were meant not for her, but for her baby.
Oh, it's
That's
what I'm
natural.
for. I forgot
It's what you're for.
That's what I'm for.
So
can I ask a follow-up question? Can I have a follow-up question really quick? Just
sure, go ahead.
My mother has my same blood type, okay? If today I were to go into kidney failure and I need a blood transfusion, or I need kidneys, or say I just need a part of a liver, my liver is dying and I need a new liver transplant, whatever, do I, as a grown man, have the right to go take my mother's liver, kidneys, blood, anything from her body right now?
No, you don't.
But
Why
her
does
body
it stop
was
when
meant.
he's born?
Her body was meant to sustain me. And if she were to leave me in a hot car and I died, she'd be prosecuted. So why doesn't she have the obligation to give me access to her body today?
Because remember what I said earlier. For example, the uterus was meant for the baby, not even for the mother. Yes, it's in the mother, but it's meant for the baby.
But you, Val, you extended that past the uterus because you gave the example of saying if we leave a baby in a hot car and they die, we would prosecute the mother for that because of her negligence, because she ended up killing the baby. So clearly, her responsibility to take care of that baby goes well beyond its inhabitants in her uterus. So I'm curious. Today, I don't live in my mom's uterus anymore. I don't think so anyway. Do I have a right to her body today?
No, because the number one reason is because you can fend for yourself. You are not that dependable anymore. So
what if he's an infant? What if he's a toddler and can't fend for himself?
Go back. I'm 2 years old. I'm 2 years old and I need a liver transplant. Is my mother obligated to give me a piece of her liver because I need one at 2 years old?
No, because it wasn't part of the organ designed to remove from her body to give to you.
It certainly is. You will be surprised to know that you cannot maintain a pregnancy if you don't have a liver. So, like, clearly that part of the body is also functional here. Her blood is also very important. Yes, no, I did.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm just saying, I did hear what you said. And what I'm explaining is that, like, your liver is involved in being pregnant. It's still keeping you and your baby alive. So why don't I have access today or at 2 years old to my mother's organs?
Remember, your question was whether you can take your mother's organ as an adult already outside the womb.
We changed. No.
Even as a child,
you're changing the paradigm. Even as a child,
even
as
a
child, it doesn't
child.
even need to be an organ. Even just donating blood. Donating blood is something people do all day, every day. Let's say the baby is born. The instant after the baby's born, the baby is now out of me. The baby is born, is breathing on its own, umbilical cord's cut. 5 minutes after it's born, I find out this baby needs to have blood. and the only match that we have nearby is me, the mother that just gave birth to the baby 5 minutes ago, do I have to donate the blood to the baby?
No,
I
you don't have to. That would be a heroic
I'm sorry,
act,
what?
but
I
you
don't
because,
have to.
Right, you don't have to.
I don't
Why?
have to.
Because
So when did keeping this baby alive stop being what I'm for? The moment the baby is born?
Sure. There are things
Okay, so
into
what I'm for
finish?
is to keep this baby alive until the literal
Until birth.
moment that it's born. So it has special rights during gestation, and then it
then it can
loses
die.
those rights. The moment
I
it
think
is outside of my body, it loses those special rights to my body to sustain its life.
No, that's
The
incorrect.
instant
No, that's
that
incorrect.
happens, it has that
That's
is
not correct.
exactly what you said. I don't have to donate blood to a baby I just gave birth to 15 seconds ago.
Explain the difference
No,
then, Val. Explain
You
the
can
difference.
ask. Okay. So what I'm saying is that baked inbuilt into the process is already the mechanism for sustaining the child. That includes the uterus.
No, you're saying a
and
uterus exists
Can I
for
finish?
pregnancies, therefore I
finish?
must use it to carry every baby that lands inside of it. I must.
Yes,
That is my obligation.
Insofar
That's
your
what you're
health
saying,
is
right?
not.
That's what you're
Insofar
saying.
your health.
You know what the
insofar
problem
is
with
not.
these types of
Yes, I said
conversations
yes,
is?
yes.
Here's the problem with it. I need you to listen to me very clearly, Val.
We're not having a
Why.
conversation.
No, I need
just,
you to
just speaking over me.
listen to me for a moment, please, Val. Okay?
I have been
So
doing that.
here, listen to me.
I am.
You said the moment after that baby's born, you said, I don't have to give that baby blood. And here is why. Because any man who I've had a conversation with doesn't want to say yes to that. Because if they say yes to that, then they're admitting that there is a scenario where they could lose their bodily autonomy. They could be obligated to use their body to sustain a life. And they don't want that because that is counter to their perspective on what their rights are. But because I have a uterus that is capable of carrying a baby, the moment a baby is placed inside it, whether outside of my will or inside of my will, I must use my body for that purpose and lose my rights just because I have a uterus. Therefore, I don't get those rights. And I would argue that you don't get to make that decision for me the same way I don't get to make that decision for you. I don't get to decide that if you're the blood type of that baby, that you have to donate blood, because then you lose your bodily autonomy. And I have more respect for you than you do for me, and more respect for society than you do for society. And I see you and me as having the same rights to our own body. The only difference between the two of us is that you don't. You think that I don't have rights. If there's a baby inside of me, I lose those rights. I relinquish them, whether I put it there or not. That's not a moral argument. That's not a substantive argument. All that is you saying you're a woman, therefore this is what you're for. I don't like it if you get to say no. Deal with it. And I'm not going to deal with it because go fuck yourself. I get to decide what I do with my body the same way that you do.
What are your thoughts, Val?
Yeah, let me know which point you want me to address. You went on a monologue there. So, okay, let me just take them one by one. Okay.
There was one major overarching point for all of that.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, it's not like I'm speaking for you or telling you, making decision for you. No, we are just having a dialogue. I'm not even in your society, so I can't make
these
laws
dialogues
for you.
lead to laws being made.
But you are advocating for making this decision for her. That is the point you are making, is that this is the decision that should be made.
Yes, but it doesn't apply to me because I am not a part of your society. Secondly, second point, I'm not the man you talked about, the reason why they say you should not give your blood to a newborn is because
you think it should be obligatory for everybody to give blood? If it's obligatory then for everybody to give blood then, right?
Sorry?
It should be obligatory for everyone to give blood.
No, not at all.
Why not?
What I'm saying is
then
that
you are one of those men.
No, because I'm saying, what you just asked me, that's fine. But the reason, their justification, I disagree with. So I don't think their justification is correct.
So what's the justification? What's the difference? Outside of, because I have a uterus, I must use it for what you think its intended purposes and relinquish my rights to do so. Outside of that, what's the reason that you shouldn't be obligated to donate blood? What's the reason? Answer this question straightforwardly. Don't dance around it. What is the reason that no one should be? What is the reason that no one should be obligated to donate blood?
Because it is not part of the design of sustaining that baby. Because you are psychoanalyzing the
design,
but it doesn't apply to me because that's not my argument. I think they are incorrect. I think they are wrong.
So your argument is that I was designed to carry babies, therefore I must.
Right. I'm curious about like financial arguments as well.
It doesn't jeopardize your life.
Have you ever been pregnant? Let me tell you, pregnancies jeopardize people's lives all the time.
So let's dig into that then. Let's dig into that then. If the pregnancy does jeopardize her life, is she then allowed to get an abortion?
Come on. We are reasonable people who know what we mean when we say whether your health is, whether we have a health concern. Just like they make laws and say, okay, we are having exception for the health of the mother. We know what we mean by that. Of course, every pregnancy comes with risk. We acknowledge that. But that's part of the natural process. So we just being human beings with rational mind, rational faculty, we know what we mean when we say, okay, this pregnancy is dangerous for the mother. And when we can say, no, this pregnancy
so you're saying
for the mother.
If, for example, if a woman were to get cancer or something, then that means that her fetus loses its right to life.
It's not that the fetus loses right to life. It's not that we prioritize the life of the mother, because if the mother dies,
what do you mean by prioritize life of the mother?
Yeah, what does that mean? If the mother dies, the child dies.
Okay, listen to this then. All right, so my pregnancy, the second one, the one where I actually gave birth, I was pregnant once and miscarried because I have autoimmune disorders. And I was pregnant a second time and I had a really rough go, really wanted the baby. Luckily, I had the baby. He's 14 now, knock on wood, everything is good. However, I needed to be induced because I have multiple sclerosis and I started to just fall all the time. I had difficulty breathing. I was losing sensation in my extremities. I had to go have special appointments to see if I could even get an epidural because there was risk that I might be paralyzed if I did, and there was risk that the stress to my body and the anxiety, if I felt all of the pain, which I ended up feeling for 18 hours anyway, long story, but could cause like a chain reaction in my immune system that could cause more lesions in my brain. I had him. He was healthy. I am still of childbearing age. I am with a partner who has a vasectomy, but, every once in a while, one of them gets through the gates when people have vasectomy. It's not a 0% chance. If I got pregnant again right now, I would have to stop taking my immune suppression medication. I would be now I'm slightly more advanced in age. I'm in my 40s. I could potentially go through the entire pregnancy for the 9 months. I'd probably suffer, but maybe make it out okay. Or I could potentially be paralyzed, die, or significantly advance the disease that I have, the multiple sclerosis. Should I have the right, not knowing that future, but knowing that it's a potentiality, should I have the right to terminate the pregnancy to prevent myself from that potentiality?
If the doctors make the determination and say that
no, the doctor doesn't get to decide. Why would the doctor get to decide? This is all hypothetical. This is based on my previous 2 pregnancies, the state, my current state of health. If I have a conversation with my doctor and my doctor says to me, here, there's 2 roads you could take. You could continue on with this pregnancy, knowing that there's a chance that it could have very significant, not life-threatening, but life-impacting, like you could be paralyzed. I have serious vision problems. I could potentially go blind. I could advance the disease. I could have a significant advancement of neurological plaquing in my brain. Those are all potentialities. Or everything could go okay. Everything could go okay. There's or I could just be suffering through it and then recover. But those are all roads that are available to me. There's no way to tell the future. Should I have the right to say,
that,
you know what? I want to make sure that I'm not putting myself in that kind of risk, and I'm going to terminate this pregnancy to prevent the possibility that I might go blind, be paralyzed, or have significant neurological plaquing from my multiple sclerosis. Do I have the right to make that choice? Or do I have to just roll the dice and see what happens, because that's what my uterus is for? And we'll just, I guess, find out if I'm paralyzed, blind, or unable to think because my cortex is being eaten by my immune system, which I now have to share.
So the answer to that is no, you don't have to risk your life. That's why I agree with there's a Texas law that permits a physician to address the risk that a life-threatening condition poses before a woman suffers.
I've lived through all of this. Okay? I've lived through all of it. I wouldn't die. I wouldn't die. So my life's not threatened.
Yeah, let me finish. So he said they have to address the condition before the woman suffers the consequence. So he says a physician who tells a patient, your life is threatened by a complication that has arisen.
No, you are not. You weren't listening. My life is not being threatened. My life's not threatened. And my physician says these are all of the potential possibilities. Now the decision's up to me. My life is not being threatened. And to be clear, everything could go perfectly.
If you can actually let me finish your sentence, then maybe you see
if you can demonstrate that you're understanding what I'm saying, because there in no way in this scenario is my life in any way under threat. I'll survive.
You will know if I complete the sentence. You'll be able to know.
Go ahead.
So it says, or there is a risk you will suffer substantial physical impairment unless an abortion is performed. So that the risk you talked about is now covered.
So if there's a risk of physical impairment, any risk of physical impairment, a woman should be able to terminate the pregnancy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, because if something happens to the woman...
Every pregnancy comes with the risk of physical impairments. All of them.
Go back to what I said earlier.
Every woman should have a right to determine if she wants to terminate the pregnancy. You just said if there's a risk of physical impairment, you should be able to terminate the pregnancy. Mine is an elevated risk, but every pregnancy comes with that risk. Every time a woman gets pregnant, a person gets pregnant, they are making a decision. They are concluding in their heads that I am willing to take on this risk. Every single pregnancy comes with that risk to every pregnant person, which is why every pregnant person should be able to make the choice for themselves. They all come with risk of physical impairment. Without exception, they all come with a risk of physical impairment. Every single one.
Okay, so the problem with you not letting me finish is that you address the point that I would even agree with you on, and then you don't even address where we disagree. You see? So what I said, if you listen actually, what I said, I mentioned doctor. So if you're asking me, are you alone going to make the decision? I will say no, because I think it's unreasonable for you alone to make the decision. But if medically speaking,
I can make the decision alone.
You've
never been pregnant. Have you ever been with a pregnant person at their initial appointment with a doctor? Because let me tell you what happens when you go in for your initial appointment with the doctor when you're a pregnant person. When you go in for the initial appointment with the doctor goes through not even all, but a wide variety of the risks. Every pregnant person in Canada, at least, has to, at a certain point in time, go and drink this horrible orange concoction. And then get our blood tested to see if we have gestational diabetes. Every single person without exception, because that risk of getting gestational diabetes is so prevalent that every single woman is at risk. All of us, we all need to be tested, every single one of us, without exception, because it's a risk to our lives. And all of us are susceptible to it, so much so that the testing is mandatory. So that is a physical risk that a doctor goes over with you. And then you have a decision whether or not you want to take on that risk. That's just one example. We also have the risk for preeclampsia. Every single one of us has the risk for preeclampsia. All of us have a risk for a pregnant that might end up being ectopic. All of us are told by the doctors when we go in that these are the risks so that we can be prepared for them and watch out for the factors that tell us that we are potentially suffering from them. So the doctors inform us, they say, these are the things that you need to look for if something is going wrong with the pregnancy. You may not know right away, but these are some things that might be signs because there's this laundry list of risks. So if you're telling me out of one side of your mouth that I should be able to decide whether or not I am going to continue with the pregnancy based on the risk, the potential risk of physical impairment, then every single person who's ever been pregnant and ever will be pregnant should get to decide to be able to terminate the pregnancy because they all come with those risks. And if your argument is the doctor should decide with you, the doctors tell us all. And then they let us decide because it's up to us ultimately whether or not we as autonomous individuals want to take on that risk.
So I'm saying the latter. The doctor, it has to be a medically sound opinion for it to be allowed. So you don't just have to, arbitrarily and say, okay, not even say arbitrarily. You don't have to just say, yes,
you're changing your story then
because of this reason.
So you're changing your story then. So there's always a medical reason that you could want, you could just not want to have the risk. For the record, I think you should just be able to terminate a pregnancy for whatever reason you want because you're relinquishing that fetus's right to your body. That's all you're doing. You're just saying, I'm not going to donate the resources of my body to this other human being anymore. But you told me that if I got pregnant right now, because I'm definitionally high risk, I should be able to terminate the pregnancy, even though everything could go perfectly, even though everything could go absolutely 100% perfect. I'm telling you, every single woman has those same two options. That everything could go perfectly or everything could go horribly wrong, and every single pregnancy comes with that risk. If I can make that decision for myself just because I'm at elevated risk, every other person should be able to make that decision for themselves. And the doctor tells us, you keep bringing up doctors, like the doctors are the gatekeepers of what we get to do with our bodies. They're not, we all have to have all of these tests in order to see if we're going to be okay through these pregnancies, because it is so prevalent. It happens to so many of us that they need to check and they need to warn us about it. That's how prevalent it is.
So the reason the doctor has to be considered is because we accept that as an objective standard of justification for the abortion or keeping the baby. So we don't have to take your word for it. Yeah, we can, have compassion and say, okay, maybe you're at risk, but it has to be certified by the doctor.
What you're not getting through your head is that everyone is at risk. Every single pregnant person that has ever been pregnant, never will be pregnant, is at risk.
I feel like
if you're using that logic, then whenever you are crossing the road, whenever you leave your house, you're at risk. Of course, we are reasonable people. We know what we mean when we say this is a risky pregnancy, and this is a safe pregnancy.
And every time I come to an intersection, I have a choice whether or not I want to take the risk and cross the road. That's my choice.
I think that's great. Yes. What you just said is absolutely right. Crossing the road is a risk. You have a choice not to do it, and pregnancy is a risk, so you have a choice not to do it. I feel like, Val, listening to you and Shannon talk here, I feel like you've got a very idealized version of pregnancy in your head as this benign thing that women just easily do because they're just built for it. And we haven't gotten into where you get that thought from, but I hope you're getting some sort of picture that it's not pleasant all the time.
I can tell you.
Yeah.
I'm a Catholic, so that's the Catholic view. Yeah, so.
Right. Do you have any arguments that aren't religiously based?
Yes, what I'm arguing is based on natural law, which is not religious.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
His entire argument is that's what people are here for.
Yeah, I study natural law. No, it isn't. Okay. It is a fundamentally religious argument. And what everything comes down to here, you talked about, just to recap here, you talked about a right to life, but that's not a right that you consistently apply. You talked about how a woman's body needs to sustain this child, but that isn't a principle that you consistently apply. The only thing that you have consistently applied here is this prophetic worldview that her body is meant for this, that her uterus is designed for this, that she has to do this because that is what her destiny is. And what we're trying to get across to you here is, number one, That's not true from a biological perspective at all. That's just not an appropriate way, from a biomedical perspective, that is not an appropriate way to talk about this. And secondly, that argument only flies if we agree with you about religion. But if we're coming at this from a realistic standpoint, to say that she wasn't created in any particular way, she just is, then no, none of that applies. None of that works. None of that works from a naturalistic framework. And so you can't use that to dictate what non-religious people must do.
So, okay, since you studied natural law, who were the first people to articulate natural law?
Literally the first people who articulated anything.
Yeah, that would be the Greeks, right?
No.
Who?
What I'm trying to get across to you here is that, like, natural law, what we're talking about, the laws of nature, literally the dawn of any civilization, we see people mapping stars and, like, learning geometry and shit. So, like, the humans are naturally curious creatures. Thousands and thousands of years ago, we have structures that indicate that they were studying the natural world.
Of course, we believe that natural law is as old as humanity, but that wasn't the question. You kind of sidestepped the question, which was, who were the first people to articulate natural law? If you say,
when you say articulate,
then who? Yep.
Yeah, okay. If you're saying articulate, as in, like, they wrote it down, and then you're going to point to the Greeks, you are fundamentally just looking into, like, Western civilization and Western culture and ignoring indigenous civilizations that did the same thing all around the world. But whatever. Like, where are you going with it? Like, what then does that get us to? If we say, let's say we agree on the Greeks, where does that get us?
Yeah, so because you said you kind of you were like saying it was religious in order to dismiss it. If it's religious, then dismiss. It means that it doesn't comport with logic.
Hold on.
Okay, so that's a prejudice that I don't think you can justify, because you cannot talk about the church that heavily influenced Western civilization, that gave us the modern university system, gave us the modern empirical method, gave us the modern medicine and the hospital system, gave us engineering, gave us a good deal of philosophy and metaphysics, and you're saying you're just dismissing it because maybe you don't want to contend with it. Of course, Aquinas had a treatise on natural law, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't an articulation of natural law before the classical era.
That's not at all what I'm doing here. So first of all, I'm just going to, for a second, I'm going to set aside...
religious argument. Go ahead.
I'm about to explain to you. I'm going to set aside all the bullshit that you just said about how, the church is the reason why we have all these great leaps in philosophy and art and architecture and engineering and all that stuff, because guarantee you and I have a very different perspective on that. What I'm trying to get to here is that I'm not dismissing
you'll
this.
Be wrong, yeah.
You don't actually know what my position is. You're just declaring that I'm wrong because I don't agree with you 100%. The point that I'm trying to get to here, Val, the point that I'm trying, I guess we're touching this now. They did those things by committing genocide across the world and becoming extremely rich through indoctrination. And so we have those things associated with religion because religion is where the money was. And they were able to patronize these people and give patronage to these great artists and engineers and scientists who otherwise wouldn't have needed them if they weren't currently in the process of raping and murdering and indoctrinating people all over the world in order to take their valuables. That's neither here nor there. That's a different conversation. The important thing here is that I'm not dismissing your argument because it is Catholic. I'm not dismissing your argument because it is Catholic. So when you take it back to the Greeks, let's not forget that Aristotle... Yes, I did. And so when we take it back to the Greeks, let's not forget that Aristotle also said that men are the only real determined humans. They are the ideal form of humanity, and that women are just a grotesque aberration of the male form that was just a necessary evil that the gods plagued us with. So, like, I don't think I'm going to go back to that, to trust that, to say this is where we get the understanding of natural law. Right? They were wrong about a lot of shit.
That was not my point.
Can we all read a Bible passage together? Can I read you a Bible passage? I would love to read you a Bible passage.
At all.
No, Val, let's read. You said you're Catholic, right? So let's read a Bible. Let's read a Bible passage
when you're
together.
Done.
I'm just going to read you. I'm going to read you from your Bible. So you should enjoy this, right? We're doing Bible time together. So
Bible
if
time.
Okay,
we're
but
gonna do
when you're
Bible
done,
time together.
when you're
No,
done,
one sec. I'm about
okay,
to
but
read the
when you're
Lord's
done,
word. The Lord's word. So let's all be
okay, when you're
reverent
done,
together. So
okay,
this
when
is
you're
this
done,
is
you tell
from
me the Catholic
Numbers.
interpretation, okay? Okay?
One second. One
When
second.
you're done,
We need to have more reverence
We'll
for the
show you
word
the
of the
Catholic
Lord right now,
interpretation.
Val.
You can give us the Catholic
yes, correct,
interpretation
correct.
when we're done. We're going to let her finish.
Yeah, let me read the
No, you
passage
give me
first.
the interpretation, then we can
No,
go
I'm just
ahead,
gonna flat out
please.
read it. I'm just gonna flat out read it. So this is from
Go
Numbers.
ahead.
So this is if a man suspects his wife of cheating, the priest, and this is Numbers, I think it's 20
Numbers
or
5
Numbers
or something?
5.
20.
Yeah, so we're gonna start at 19. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, if no other man has had sexual relations with you and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may the bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relationships with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings the curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells and your womb miscarries. Then the woman is to say, amen, so be it. So that's God giving an abortion to a woman because a man is jealous in the Bible. So
Okay,
God thinks it's fine.
so-
If a dude is jealous, he can go forcefully have God
Mhm.
abort the baby.
So-
So God
so-
doesn't seem to have a problem with it, right? Like why shouldn't that baby have the same right to life? What if the woman wants the baby? What if she was willing to carry the baby? What, the man gets to go to the priest and the priest gets to confer with God and make her drink dirt water, and then God makes her abort that baby against her will? Explain that to me in your paradigm of, because that's what I'm for.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, the passage doesn't talk about abortion at all.
It does.
Second, because
It's a miscarriage.
no, I was
It's a forced miscarriage.
let me finish.
If she cheats, she miscarries.
So,
If not, she's fine.
so I'm about to address that. So you can find the miscarriage word in NIV, which is not approved. In other versions, you find a
Not approved by
infertile
who?
causing your womb
It's a
to
more
shrivel.
direct translation.
You find there's something like your thigh fall away, your womb shrivel, your genital organs to shrink, your thigh to shrink, your thigh to perish, your uterus to drop. So, which even in modern terms, I think they call it.
What happens if you're pregnant and your uterus
like
drops? Like this is just
no,
like the copious cope
it doesn't even say the woman is pregnant. It doesn't say the woman is pregnant. And
Okay, so
how would you know this?
So what?
That's the
You're-
whole point of the passage is
The
that
whole
she's
point
pregnant.
of the passage is that she's pregnant.
No.
That a man
No.
suspects her of being unfaithful because he wants to be sure that the baby is his. That is what this passage is
No,
for.
it doesn't say baby. No, there's no mention of baby there. He said, in fact, you know this if you go to verse 28.
It says
It
miscarry.
makes it clear that. Can I finish? In verse 28, it makes it clear it is infertility. He says he uses the word to be able to conceive children. So I understand when you read the NIV.
So it makes the woman infertile. Got you. Okay, I got a question for you. What happens if I'm currently pregnant and someone makes me infertile while I'm pregnant? What happens to the fetus?
No, you're already pregnant. So there's you don't talk about you're already pregnant. That's why
so if I was already pregnant, I could pass the cheating test. Is what you're telling me?
I could try a different one.
I could pass the cheating test, though, Forrest. It's huge. If you want to pass your
the
cheating test with God,
No,
get pregnant. Because if you're
Let me try a
pregnant,
different
you
one. Make it
always
easier.
pass.
I'll try a different one. It's even easier.
Your important what's not
might
there.
be a little.
It doesn't say the woman is pregnant. It doesn't talk about abortion. Go ahead, bro.
I'll try a different one that's even easier. This is from Exodus 21, verses 22 and through 24. If two men are fighting, and in the process they hurt a pregnant woman so that she has a miscarriage, but she lives, then the two men who injured her shall be fined whatever the amount the woman's husband shall demand, and the judges approve. That's verse 22. Then 23 says, but if any harm comes to the woman so that she dies, they shall be executed. Life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, so on and so on. So Exodus 21 makes a clear distinction that if you cause a woman to miscarry, that's a fine. But if you kill a woman, that's life for life. So why here in this chapter do we have God putting a different value on a fetus versus a living woman if it's actually right to life for everybody?
Again, is about translation. It says if the woman, that is a premature delivery. That's what he's talking about there. It's the same problem with the previous verse that she brought up. If it's premature, like her fruit comes out, that is maybe premature delivery. Now, it could be the point. It could be the case that
what
the
do you
child
think
might
happens?
die later, after
what do you think
No, no,
happens thousands of years ago to a premature baby?
Let's switch over.
You think premature babies came out and everybody was like, phew, it's okay. Before modern medicine.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. The baby could survive. The baby could die. But that's
well,
not
then
the point.
why wasn't there a provision for the baby coming out and dying? Let me just switch over.
Do you agree on the King James version then? You were saying that the version that she was reading was bad. Do you like the King James version better?
Yeah, I think King James version is approved.
Okay,
yeah.
so here's the King James version. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. And if mischief follow, then thou shalt give life to life, or life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. So again, it doesn't say anything about premature abortion, premature birth, anything like that. It says, if you cause her fruit to depart from her, if you cause her to miscarry, you pay a fine. But if mischief follows, then it's life for life. They said life for life separately from miscarriage. Again, miscarrying is a property crime, not murder.
Again, what he's talking about, if her fruit departs from her, means premature delivery. Again, like I said, it could be the case that the premature delivery could lead to the death of the child, the fetus or whatever. But that's a separate case.
So
the fact is that
right.
Go ahead.
What I think is so funny about this, Val, is that Catholics for a very, very, very long time were pro-choice. For a very long time, it was the Catholic decision that you must be for bodily autonomy. It is only recently, in the past few decades, that evangelical Christians and Catholics have started this new narrative. That is why I dismiss it as a religious thing, not just because it's a Catholic thing, because it is necessarily just your feels over reals and your interpretation of a Bronze Age sex and slavery manual, rather than actual biomedical sciences or the actual experiences of actual people. With that, we've been on this call for 40 minutes, dude.
Yeah,
we've been on this call for 40 minutes.
Let me conclude.
And all we've gotten from you is that your religion says women must be forced to be pregnant, so they must be forced to be pregnant.
No, that's not my view. That's not my view. So, but if you go to the first century, there's actually a church document that explicitly condemns abortion. First century, before the Bible was put together. So that's the incorrect statement you just made. And also, so I don't think
you're talking
I'm not
outside of the Bible
women,
now. We found two passages that demonstrate that God didn't actually give a shit about abortion. You can't find one in the Bible that says God does.
Because you have a Protestant mindset. I'm just correcting you from the historical church.
You have no idea what mindset I have.
I still think you're wrong.
I already know the way you read the Bible.
I still think you're wrong, but even if, I still think you're wrong, but even if Catholics had been strongly pro-life forever, that doesn't change the point that I made, which is that at the end of the day, like I just said, even if that's true, Val, I don't think it is, but even if that's true, it doesn't change the point that I made, which is that your entire argument is, I read this Bronze Age sex and slavery manual, and it told me that you have to be pregnant if you're pregnant. And that's the whole thing. Biomedically speaking, speaking in society, speaking from just reality around us, that's not how that works. And the crazy thing is, you're arguing, we talked a little while ago about subjective morality. That is what you were arguing here for, is a very subjective, flimsy,
natural law, not the Bible. Natural law, not the Bible.
You don't know what natural law is. Because what you're giving us here, when you say natural law, you are talking about your religious worldview. There is no natural law at play here.
I'm talking about something even atheists, like a Locke and so forth, acknowledge. So it's not because I'm a religious person that you have to believe in natural law. Even the founders of America, who were not big on Christianity, they still refer to natural law in the Declaration of Independence. So no, if you're dismissing it without making a justification for your dismissal, you're just being.
I made all
I
kinds of
don't think
justifications.
you have any basis for that.
Your only justification is
No,
that's what
I can
people
give
like
you a
me are
fine
for.
I can give you a fine
If you
dismissal. Just simply, I give the baby, I give the fetus all the exact same rights that I have. Every fetus from the moment of conception has all the exact same rights as any other person in the world, and that includes bodily autonomy. And that means that you don't get to use someone else's body against their will. So that's it.
Okay, but
It's the exact same rules for everybody. Not what you're telling us, which is that you lose rights when you're born and you gain rights when you die.
Okay, you can express your opinion, which is arbitrary. I'm talking about natural law, which is a universal, which is universally binding. You can say your
natural
opinion.
law, dude. I study
your
natural
opinion.
law. This is not the
But you are
conversation
not
about.
applying it. But you are not applying it.
What?
Natural
what
law
is
isn't a moral strategy. He's
what
applying it as
is
though it's a
natural
moral strategy.
law that you're talking about? What is this natural law that you keep referencing? Because clearly we have a different definition here.
Yeah, that's a universal. There are moral principles that are inherent in human nature that can be discovered through reason, and it exists independently of human-made laws.
Philosophy is what you're talking about. When you talk about universal moral principles, I have them, and I can point to biological reasons for them, but there is no great big plaque in the sky that says these are universal moral principles. So when you say natural law, you are again invoking a religious framework, believing that there is some standard of objective morality that you are applying. Then that's simply not the case. You're talking about philosophy, not biology.
Hey Val, I know that you're not capable of understanding consent, but we have been trying to end this call for several minutes because we don't want to continue talking to you. So good night.
Okay, go ad hominem attack is not argument, okay? Go ahead, bye-bye.
That wasn't an ad hominem. That wasn't an ad hominem.
No, what do you
don't
mean
know what that means either.
What kind of...
I've dropped Val because I'm bored.
Yeah. Val doesn't know what an ad hominem is. Val doesn't know what natural law is. And Val thinks that everybody should be pregnant if they're pregnant forever because that's what you're made for. And in all of that, we just couldn't get to a situation where, you should. There is this standard, this gold standard in the sky that you are designed to be pregnant, so you must remain pregnant, unless a doctor allows you to. And I bet you $1 million that doctor better be a man. I just I don't know, man.
And also, it all came down to his moral framework. According to my moral framework, which I'm going to label natural law, and the reason I'm going to label it natural law is because I want to say that's what women are for.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, they have an obligation. Like, I'm getting an ought out of the fact that people that have uteruses ought to be forced to remain pregnant under any and all circumstances, except all of these exceptions that I list that I'm not applying consistently. Just baffling.
I got to tell you though, I think the point of that call, what it said on the call screen is abortion is immoral. That was what we got, and that was 45 really rough minutes of it. So I think we need a good palate cleanser. So let's talk to Dwight, who says abortion is immoral. Dwight, you're on the line with Forrest and Shannon. How you doing today?
Yay, pretty good, guys. How's it going?
I'm having a fever dream, really apparently.
Please tell me you have a different argument than Val.
And listen, please. Also,
I do have a slightly different argument than Val.
Okay.
Do you believe that women are for pregnancy?
Do I believe that women are for pregnancy?
Like they are. That is what they are made for. Because that's what we just got done with. Is that's what they're for?
Well, they are made. They are made for pregnancy. I do agree with that.
Okay, and so therefore they ought to be pregnant, or like where are we going?
No, they ought not. They should have a choice whether they want to be pregnant or not.
Phenomenal. All right, we got some headway. So now, please, Dwight, lay it on us. Why is abortion immoral?
Abortion is immoral because scientifically, a baby or a person, comes into existence at the time of conception.
Okay.
No.
So just a second. You're talking about scientifically, and my ears perk up, right? Just a second ago at the end of that call.
Scientifically, yes.
Right. Just a second ago at the end of that call, I laid my framework on Val, and I don't think he cared about it at all. And what I said was that I grant this fetus every single right that every other person has. And you can even take it back before conception if you want, because as a biologist, I can argue
the law in
I can argue for life
doesn't.
conception and everything else. Right? No, I'm telling you, just roll with me here. As a biologist, I can take it as far back as you want. I can say conception. I can say before conception that this was an individual, unique life. Like life never really stopped. You know, sperm and eggs, they come from existing cells that go back 3.8 billion years. So wherever the fuck you want to put it, right? That fetus now has all the same rights as everybody else.
When the sperm, let's put it at the time of conception, when a unique life form is formed, right?
Sure. Awesome.
So
awesome.
We'll
so that's we now have no.
Right.
Sure.
We're given
we
a
now have a unique
blastocyst
person.
rights.
Yes.
So now
we now
have a
this. This
a
zygote is a
into
person.
existence.
Does that person have any rights that any other person doesn't have? Do they have any special, unique rights, or do they have the same rights as everybody else?
Well, that is the problem. Society doesn't give them rights. Now, we had.
I'm not asking what society gives them. I'm not asking what society gives them, Dwight. I'm asking where your framework is. I'm asking you.
Them rights. Are we talking legally? Okay, if you're my opinion,
I'm not talking anything about that.
They don't.
I'm not talking legally. I'm talking about your position is that it is immoral. So I'm not talking legally. I'm just asking you, in your understanding, in your opinion, from your framework. In my framework, this zygote has all the same rights that anybody else has. Period. I'm asking you.
Okay.
Are you saying that this thing? Are you saying that this thing should have any bonus, special, extra rights that anybody else has?
It is a person. So the person that we're referring to, a person, I believe should have the same rights as any other person. And we used to have the same view of certain people because of their skin color. We didn't call them people either. We didn't refer to them as people.
You are going so far afield.
We didn't give women the same rights as men not that long ago.
I'm going to stop you.
So
I'm going to stop you, and
I want to finish. Can I please?
No, because you didn't understand what
Dwight,
Forrest was saying.
You're missing the point. Two really important things here. Number one, I'm just trying to address your claim. Two really important things here. Number one, look at this incredible platter of treats my wife just brought me. There's banana bread, there's lemon bars, there's raspberries and blackberries, and I don't even know what this toasted marshmallow thing is, but it's hot. I fucking love that woman. I wish I could marry her again for just all over again. She's amazing. Gorgeous face, and just beautiful woman. Beautiful woman inside and out. Anyway, the thing that you were talking about, dad ass. The thing that you said, I am talking about your moral framework here. And what I asked you is, does a zygote as a person have all the same rights as any other person? You seem to agree with that, and I do too. This zygote has all the same rights as any other person.
All I'm saying is,
okay, that's great. But now the next question is, do they have any additional rights that no other person has?
I can't think of any other additional rights that any other person should have.
Then we agree. I
feel they should be given the same rights.
You don't have to tell me what you feel, Dwight. You don't have to tell me what you feel because we agree. A zygote has all the exact same rights as any other person. That is my position, and it seems like that's your position, which means that they have if they have all the same rights as me and no additional rights at all, then they do not have the right to inhabit someone's body and use their organs against their will. Because I don't have that right either.
Unfortunately, I disagree with that, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, what is this special right that they have to get?
Once it comes into existence, you don't have the right to take the life of another person.
You're not taking a life.
You're not taking the life of another person. They are terminating a pregnancy.
Because it is a person, so you are taking a life.
You're relinquishing
we both
that
agree that the
person's
zygote
right
is a
to
person.
use your
If
body
the
to
zygote is a
survive.
person, you are taking a right of another person.
White,
So, if that zygote now is dependent, if it comes into existence, it's dependent. I wish you could let me finish a thought.
No, you keep saying the wrong thing.
You're not killing anything. You're relinquishing that person's right to use your body to sustain its life.
That's right. And because it comes into because it does exist, now, unfortunately, there has to be a compromise where we have
there
to
doesn't.
sustain that life
There doesn't.
until it's viable, until it's able to live on its own. But until then,
it's like you didn't
not
listen.
Be able to take the life.
It's like you didn't listen to the last conversation at all. Let's create a fun little scenario.
The problem is, I just don't think the problem is, you don't like what I'm saying.
That's not true.
So
the problem is that you are not being morally consistent.
I'm giving you.
We're listening.
How am I not being morally consistent?
I'll explain it to you, because it sounds like you just didn't listen to the last call at all. I'm going to give you the exact same. I'm actually going to give you a slightly modified scenario. I'm going to give you a slightly modified scenario, the one that I gave to Val. Magical, hypothetical world, right? My mother and I are the only two people in existence. Okay, we're astronauts. We go to Mars. Whatever the fuck, you know. So my mom and I are the only two people that exist. She has the same blood type as me. And suddenly, I need a blood transfusion. I need a liver transplant. I need a kidney transplant. I need organs. I need fuel to sustain my body. She has them. Do I have the right, as a 33-year-old man, to take her liver and her blood to sustain my body?
Absolutely not, because it will result in either a harm or a death to another person.
And so now, nope. So
we'll
then,
have to find another alternative.
Two follow-up questions.
Your life. But you don't have the right to take somebody else's life.
Two follow-up questions, Dwight. Follow-up question number one. Again, hypothetical situation. I walk up to my mother with a fucking rubber tube and a needle on the end that's attached to me, and I stick it in her. So now I've already made the choice. I am now taking her blood from her. If she removes the tube, I will die. Period. Does she have the right to remove the tube?
Does she have the right? Now, if she's moral, she would do it. But no, you can't force anybody to do anything they don't want to do.
I'm asking you, does she have the right? If the tube's already in her, and she knows I, as a 33-year-old man, will die if she removes this tube that is giving me her blood, does she have the right to do it?
That would be a legal issue.
Nope. I'm asking you in your framework.
So I can't.
I'm not asking lawyer. We're on Mars. Remember, we're in a magical world where laws don't exist.
World.
I'm asking you in your framework. Does she have the right?
In my world, because it's hypothetical, yes, she does have an obligation to save your life, to save another human being's life.
Oh, so she has. So you have.
So then she does not. So you're saying that she does not have the right to remove the tube if it causes the death of a 33-year-old man?
If it causes the death of another person, no.
Okay, so then you're saying that in this scenario, just to be very, very clear, that she is forced to use her body to sustain me, because if she exercises her own bodily autonomy, it will result in my death. Is that correct?
If you want to look at it that way, it's all about perception, right?
No.
How is it possible to perceive this situation any differently than that?
It's all about perception.
It's not.
How is it possible to perceive this situation differently?
If you want to look at it as forced,
I'm going to ask the same question again. She is forced. She has no choice by your standard. She has no right.
It all depends on her. It all depends on how she views it, whether it's forced or not. If she chooses not to, okay, then that's her choice. But in what world would a mother deny her child if it was a matter of life and death?
Lots of worlds.
Not any world that
lots and lots of worlds
that I live in.
And it's not about what her
just
perception
is. Just for funsies, let's take that equation out of it too. It's not my mom. It's Shannon. Shannon and I are in a
you
terrible
die.
situation. Yeah, fuck
You'd
you.
be so
Shannon
dead.
and I are in a terrible situation. We're stranded on a desert island on Pluto, and I need blood, and I just stick a fucking tube in her arm. So now I'm taking Shannon's blood.
Different.
Does
You're
Shannon have the right
that's totally
to remove
different.
that tube? Yeah, I
Keep in
know
mind,
it's
I'm
weird
not
because
someone's mom.
you know what? I'm not going to answer that. What I'm going to say is,
You're not going to answer that one because it proves you wrong.
If it's a helpless person, if it's a helpless child that is part of you,
It is. It's
then
Forrest.
you should have an obligation because that child is part of you. That human being
and that's what it comes down to, Dwight.
50% you, right?
And that's what it comes down to, Dwight. It's
in the
about
case,
it's
in the
not
scenario that
about
you just
morality.
She has no obligation.
It's the situation. Right, because it's about this weird fucking idealistic thing that you have in your head of what motherhood is.
If you want to call it weird, you go right ahead. If you
and
think
I am
it's
doing
weird,
so.
hey.
And I am doing so. It's about this weird fucking perception you have in your head of what motherhood means, and it means this eternal, irrevocable fucking sacrifice. The fact that Shannon isn't held to the same moral standard as my mom in this weird fucking situation where she has to sustain me.
That needs to be...
Why am I obligated? Okay.
Also, I never asked my second follow-up question either.
Because there are procedures for people that don't want to have children.
Yes, one of them.
Can't wait until you're pregnant.
Abortion is one.
You can't.
And here's the thing. I never asked my second follow-up question, which was when I first asked you, should my mom be forced to give me her organs, things? You said no, that would put her life at risk. So now, second follow-up question that's really fucking inconvenient for you. What about the pregnancies that put women's lives at risk? Because pregnancy is not a benign condition, Dwight. It puts women's lives at risk all the time.
With the advancements in medicine, can I answer this without being cut off?
Hey, if you actually answer the question and don't dodge around it, maybe.
Sure. Okay. Finish your thought, and then I'll answer. And then can I please? Yeah, go ahead.
He just asked you a question. We're just waiting for you to answer it.
I'm sorry, you got muted there. I didn't hear you.
Well, you got me mid banana bread now, motherfucker. So I'm gonna have to choke it out.
I can paraphrase it. So, if all pregnancies come with risk, and you mentioned in that scenario that if there was, a risk or the woman felt like she was in danger because of the tube connection, then she should be able to remove it.
It wasn't even removed. In my initial scenario, I asked, should my mother be forced to give me parts of her body, like her liver and blood, to sustain me? And you said, no, that could cause her harm, so she does not have that obligation.
Yeah, I think I
so I'm asking you, what about the pregnancies that do cause women harm? Not life-threatening, you just said harm. So all pregnancies cause harm, so I can tell you that.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Can I answer that? Okay. So when it comes to risk, now, if you're average, low risk, and if you choose not to have kids in the future, then there are procedures to prevent you from having, and I think you should be obligated to take that route.
We should be obligated to sterilize ourselves?
That's a wild take, yo.
No,
that's a wild take.
I believe you have that right, and I think that's the responsible thing to do.
Do you have any idea what that does to our bodies? Holy
You didn't say right.
Shit.
You said obligation.
You understand what abortion does to children? Yes, that's just my opinion. If you feel
that's a fucked up opinion, yo.
High, why? She just said that having a baby could be really risky for her. So what's
having a baby is risky for anybody who's ever been pregnant and never will be.
Can I just finish the thought?
You know what else? You know what else would be really risky?
Control the whole conversation.
No, it's just you keep saying fucking odd shit, and we have no choice but to interrupt and say hey, that's really fucking odd.
It's odd for me to say the responsible thing to do in high risk women are for them to get a procedure to not put themselves at risk is odd. That's great.
Why don't you get a procedure, Dwight? Why don't you go get a vasectomy to ensure that you don't put any women at risk? Why don't you go get a vasectomy? Why don't all men
do the responsible
why don't all men Why
I
don't
did.
all men?
I got a vasectomy.
Why don't all? I'm going to keep saying it until you let me finish. Why don't all men get reversible vasectomies until they are with a partner that they know would not be at risk of severe injury if they got pregnant, and then you can have the vasectomy reversed? Why don't we do it that way?
Let's do that.
Because I don't think it's necessary.
Why not?
Oh, why?
Because
not?
they're not at
I could
high
get
risk.
pregnant. I could get pregnant and not know that I'm high risk.
Because
That's true.
I could get pregnant. I could have no idea I'm high risk
Can
until
I-
I'm pregnant.
Oh,
No, you can't because you
God.
need to. You're not understanding. I could have no idea that I'm high risk. Every pregnancy
Until it happens.
it has the potential.
That's not true.
of
You go
being
to the
high
doctor, and the doctor tells you whether you're high risk or not,
Holy
Shannon.
motherfucking
How?
shit! How?
How does that happen?
How?
Because they run tests. They run tests, don't they?
Oh,
do
the
they not run
tests.
tests?
When you're
Yeah,
pregnant,
you go to the
when
doctor.
You're already pregnant. Yes, they do.
No. Every child, every baby
Okay,
girl goes to the
so-
doctor and they run the little beep boop machine and they're like, "Hey, you can't get pregnant. It's going to be risky
saying
for you."
when you're already pregnant.
Unreal.
When you're pregnant.
Okay.
When you're pregnant.
So we're going to
Now,
repeat.
It's really rare. Okay, let me finish.
So
let me
that
finish my
was-
thought.
That was literally what
finish,
we
please.
just asked you a second ago. Was
And
that
I'm going to
before
answer.
they get pregnant,
I misunderstood
they
what the
don't know
question
they're
was.
at high risk.
Okay.
So then answer
So
the
in
question
that
directly,
scenario,
please.
okay, I will answer it. So in that scenario where you go to the hospital, you're pregnant, then you find out that you're high risk, right?
Nope, not what we asked.
Today-
You're wrong. You're on the wrong question
Not
again.
what we asked at all.
Well, there's too many questions going on. It's hard to keep
There was
up.
only
Let me
one.
ask you
So what's
again.
the question?
Let me ask you
Yeah.
again. Why
Sure.
don't all anatomical males, everybody with testicles, why don't we all get reversible vasectomies early in life so that when we get with a partner who we know can get pregnant and not have any risks and complications, then we get our vasectomy reversed and then we can have children? Why not do it that way? That makes sure that we don't have all these high-risk pregnancies worried about. And women don't have to get their tubes tied if they're worried about getting high risk. That's what. Why do we do it that way?
Because it's ridiculous.
Oh, it's
Ridiculous.
Unwarranted.
That's it.
It's unnecessary.
It's
It's totally
Oh,
I should,
unnecessary.
I
and
should
ridiculous.
sterilize
Answering-
myself. but
answering
that- which is-
answering Shannon's question. If you
My
are,
God,
if
dude.
you find out that you're at risk when you're pregnant, today, with the advancement in medicine and technology, it is
Oh,
very
God.
rare
Mhm.
to lose life during pregnancies. That's
That is
my
not
answer.
true.
You don't. Yeah. You
No,
don't
it's
know
absolutely
shit
not
about
Yes, it
that.
is true. Yes,
What's
it
your-
is. Yes, I
No.
do.
What's your training?
Yes,
What's your
I do.
training in medicine? What's your training in
I'm not
medicine?
going to go there. No, trust me.
Because you
I'm
don't
not
have
going
any,
there.
right?
What's your experience
don't
being
have any.
pregnant?
Whatever. Yeah, whatever. So anyways,
That is a good
and
question. What's your
just
experience with pregnancy?
I'm not. It's totally irrelevant. It really
You
is.
don't have any experience with pregnancy.
I know a
Listen,
couple
you're
things about
losing
being
the
pregnant.
argument, so you have to go. You have to go.
Nobody's
with trying
losing
to,
the
No,
argument.
I'm saying you
ad
don't know
hominem
what you're
attack.
talking about. That's not an ad hominem attack. That's
I
not
know,
an ad
of
hominem
course,
attack.
you can say that.
It would be.
Sure.
It would be an ad hominem
Yeah,
attack.
you could say that.
And
Demonstrate that.
Dwight, I don't think
No,
you know.
what you need
I don't
to
think you
do
know
is
what an
not
ad hominem
say
attack
it.
is.
You need to demonstrate
I don't think you know what an ad
it.
hominem attack is.
Demonstrate.
You don't
I
know
don't
what
know
an
what
ad
I'm
hominem-
talking about. So
Oh,
anyway,
I can just replay the call. You don't know what an ad hominem attack is, and you don't know how risky pregnancies can be, even in their most benign states.
you're attempting to do an ad hominem attack.
No, I'm not.
Let
You
me
don't know what
rephrase
an ad
that.
hominem attack is.
Yes, you are. So you need to.
What's an ad hominem
for me
attack?
To tell you what my level of education is, so we can focus on that for the remainder of the conversation.
That's not
That's
what
not
an
an
ad
ad hominem
hominem
attack.
is.
Yeah,
That's
of
not
course.
an ad hom,
Let's not
and
go-
it's also not what I was
Listen,
doing.
Let's just stick with the topic. How about that? Stop avoiding the
How about you
topic.
tell me? How about you tell me what an ad hom is? What's an ad hominem attack? What does that mean?
No, I'm going to stick with the topic.
No, you don't know that one either, huh?
I'm not going to veer off. I'm not going to veer off
That's just
anymore.
a word that you learn
Okay.
to try to shut
And
down
my final
conversations
piece
that
to
are
this
uncomfortable.
argument. My final piece to this argument is: have you read the book, The Pivot of Civilization?
No.
No. Why would I?
Okay, I advise you should. I advise you to.
Why?
No, thank
Because
you.
Why?
Margaret Sanger. It's Margaret Sanger's book, and in
Fucking Margaret
Sanger's
Sanger.
book, yeah, in her own book, she tells you that she is a eugenicist. She admits it.
Right. Yeah.
In her book.
You know that Margaret Sanger isn't on the call with you, right?
Theory, that she supports Malthusian
You know that Margaret Sanger isn't on the call, right? Nobody here. You're not arguing Margaret Sanger.
Let me finish. I know I'm not, but I'm just telling you the whole.
Weird.
The whole agenda. The whole agenda, and she's a racist.
Now we get a conspiracy.
The whole agenda
yeah, now it is just conspiracy theory.
Planned Parenthood.
Fuck me, dude.
Now it's
Planned Parenthood.
Right? I'm reading her book. I'm telling you what her book says. Maybe you should try reading.
I don't care what she says. Nobody's talking about Margaret Sanger. Nobody's talking about her. No one. She's irrelevant to this conversation. Your conspiracy theory about why abortions exist.
A conspiracy
Do you believe
theory.
in gravity?
Do
you believe in gravity even though do you believe in gravity even though Newton had some really fucked up beliefs? He believed she was drinking mercury and all sorts of Darwin had some racist beliefs. Maybe evolution isn't true. Planned Parenthood is not synonymous with abortion, dickhead.
Plan rallies.
Yeah, she sucked. Let's all agree. Margaret Sanger sucked.
That's right.
Balls.
Okay. So
I
now we're
don't
going
like Margaret Sanger.
Now
I
I'm
think
going
she's
to
a
make
bad
another
person.
shift. I'm going to tell you that gender
You know who
doesn't
else
exist.
sucked? Gender
Gender doesn't
course.
exist.
Of course. Because this conversation is going well, so you have to say some other shit that you have no understanding
of. There are only two genders, male and female, and they're based on...
So you don't know biology either. Great. You don't know jack shit about biomed. You don't know jack shit about biology. You don't know what an ad hominem attack is. And you think that the fucking genetic fallacy makes any kind of sense. Where an argument comes from means all of what it could ever be.
Small gametes, that means you're going to...
Yeah, you don't know jack shit about biology, Dwight. I'm just muting him for a second. Dwight, this is fucking sad, dude. Your entire argument is the genetic fallacy. This person was bad and they advocated for a thing. That means everything's bad. And abortion is the exact same thing as Planned Parenthood. These are synonymous terms. And you don't know what an ad hom is, and you don't know how pregnancy works. You're just going down the fucking checklist of incel arguments, dude. Do you want to say that women are titties like the last fucking caller did too? What are we doing? Anything else you would like to profess your ignorance about today, Dwight, before we end the call?
You already ended it.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I put you on mute because you were being aggressively stupid about biology.
There
you don't know what it is.
Male and female. Gametes.
What's a woman?
Determine them.
What's a woman, Dwight? What's a woman?
A woman is a person that produces large gametes. A male is a person that produces
and there you have
small
it.
gametes.
And there you have it. Postmenopausal women are no longer women because Dwight doesn't know jack shit about biology.
And also, you can't use anybody's pronouns or make any assessment towards their gender until you see their screening.
Women make
truth
to find out whether or not they have sperms or eggs.
Dwight is as much of a woman as my mother is. Postmenopausal women, they're not women. They're just like Dwight. That's it. Dwight, it's really funny to see people like you crash out this way. You don't know jack shit about anything that you've talked about, and especially you don't know what an ad hominem attack is. And for the end of this call, I'm just going to educate you on that one, because as a biologist, I simply am not paid enough to sit here and give you a private lesson on what the fuck a gamete is or how those work. And I love that you told me to look it up. I did look it up. I got 3 associates, a bachelor's, 2 masters, and I'm halfway through a PhD in looking that shit up. Been there, done that, brother. Trust me. But just so you know, an ad hominem attack, Dwight, is when you replace your argument with an insult. So if I were to say, you're a dumb sack of shit incel who doesn't know anything about what he's talking about and makes brainless fucking statements out his ass in order to try to get some rage bait content because that's all you fucking know how to do to have a human interaction, so then you are wrong, that would be an ad hominem attack. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're a brainless fucking incel making terrible goddamn arguments and you are wrong. Therefore, that is not an ad hominem attack. I actually have data and evidence to back up my position, and I'm making logical arguments by just testing what you're saying, so that's not an ad hom. Same thing to the last caller who talked about this. I told him to sober up and crack open a textbook. I encourage you to just, maybe just chill out for a minute. Just take a little hot bubble bath. Put some lavender candles, couple of little bubble bar. Go down to Lush Lush is great because they support trans
Love
people
Lush.
and they don't support ice. And you can get a nice bubble bar, take a nice relaxing bath, chill the motherfuck out for 10 minutes, and then read a goddamn biology textbook. It'll do you well. Take care, Dwight.
Bye-bye. My face hurts. It's just, that was aggressively stupid.
Yeah.
God should get sterilized. I wish
man.
that people didn't have like those legitimate positions, but like it's so ridiculous.
That cunt
But
votes.
I
This is
know,
what bothers
but you
me.
guys shouldn't get vasectomies, and also if people who are high risk should just get themselves sterilized if they don't want to take the risk.
And
Because
then he's gonna bitch about eugenics after he says that. Just throw that out there.
It's just wild to me. A reversible vasectomy. No. Hey, don't touch my pee-pee. I don't like it.
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You guys have to sterilize yourself so that I can fuck whoever. It's fucking wild. Wild behavior.
Meanwhile,
chewy, chew.
my non-pregnant wife has made me banana bread.
She's a dream.
And I am
You
so
don't deserve
happily
her.
child-free. I can spend all the money I would have spent on diapers on more banana bread. What a wonderful day.
Oh, banana bread. Paul doesn't bring me shit. Where's my
Right?
snacks,
Paul?
Paul?
Paul,
Where's
you
my
son of a
snack
bitch.
tray?
Be more like my
God
wife,
damn it.
Paul. That's good advice for anybody.
Sounds like it.
You'll be kind, you'll be generous, you'll sing like an angel, and you'll just have a really nice butt. I gotta stop. God, she's gonna get uncomfortable. I compliment her butt too much. But like, that's the thing I love about her. She's got these fucking great big plans for her life.
Oh my
and
God.
just nice round
It is.
morality.
how you know
Because
she's a
she's a
woman.
woman, so therefore titties. That's what
Therefore
it is.
titties. Therefore titties. One of
Oh,
you needs to
man.
lactate, Forrest. Otherwise, the whole world goes
That's it.
upside down.
That's exactly what it has to be. I encourage you. I picked the last call, and you'll all be fucking delighted to know we have another goddamn abortion call on the line.
No, I
But,
need,
like,
I need an abortion.
Let's do a different
break.
one for now.
What
So
the fuck
we have
else do we have?
two. We have two abortion calls still waiting, but it's
my
just
God.
the day for abortions, y'all. Everybody go get an abortion today to celebrate the show.
I'm
That's-
sad that
everyone
I'm.
have,
If,
go have
if we
fun.
weren't doing this, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be
I'd be doing
at
it
the
too.
abortion clinic in the line waiting my
I
turn.
want an abortion for just to celebrate.
They're
I'll
just
let
for
you
us.
pick.
You can get a
Go ahead.
vasectomy. All right,
Whatever
let's
one you want next.
do
Hey,
consciousness.
Kaylee Nicole's still getting muted in the chat because she still doesn't know how to fucking pick up a phone. That's great.
Hello,
Yeah, if you
folks.
have aggressive
How
shit
are
to say,
you?
do it up here. Hi, Randall. How are you doing?
Hello.
Very good. Nice to meet you both. Thanks for taking my call. I'm glad you
Nice to
didn't
meet
take
you.
the other callers before me because I don't think I could have taken another abortion discussion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you and me.
But,
No,
I
that's
was
fair.
calling because I read about you guys, because I don't know you, and I noticed, Shannon, you have an interest in the science of consciousness, so I thought I'd speak to that.
Well,
This is a
by the way,
perfect
my
call because I can
background,
just sit here and eat lemon bars. Talk to
Jealous.
Shannon.
Well, actually,
Talk to Shannon.
Forrest, I got, you're a biologist, and this is really right at the core of the issue.
Fuck.
Just to let you know where I'm
Pick it up
coming
that
from,
quick.
I'm 67 years old.
Sorry.
I'm a retired pilot. I flew for 47 years. I got 6 type ratings, but I only have a bachelor's degree. I'm the least educated person in my family. I've got 2 daughters. One is 41 years old. She's a neuropsychologist. She's got a PhD and she practices in Virginia. The other is an anesthesiologist, and she has a PhD in holistic medicine. And this is where I developed my interest in quantum physics because she actually is really into that. You're familiar with Roger Penrose and Hammerhoff? Hammerhoff was
I am.
an anesthesiologist who came up with something called the ORCH theory, or ORCH, orchestrated reduction theory of consciousness. Basically, it's the interaction between quantum effects on the brain. What is that, really?
Okay.
We don't know that much about quantum physics, really, and this, a lot of people now, this work becomes philosophy and theology, have used quantum physics as a pseudoscience, I guess people would say. They believe that consciousness is evidence of the soul, and that quantum physics is where it's located. That consciousness is non-local. Would you agree with that, and how would you critique that?
No, I would not agree with that. And so to begin with, it's really important to say that I am speaking outside of my field whenever I speak about physics. However, just from a purely like logical standpoint, just from coming at this, to say that this quantum whatever is the seat of the soul, you first need to demonstrate that there is such a thing as a soul. Because I can say that, you know, I can look to whatever new gravity has been developed and say that's where the leprechauns live. I need to show that there's such a thing as a leprechaun to give a damn about before I go there, right? So that's the first and biggest issue that I would have with it. And then the second thing would be that all this is doing is just, it's a similar type of God of the gaps, but it's like the Deepak Chopra kind of God of the gaps, where instead of saying, I don't know what this is, therefore it's God, it's here's this weird shit that's kind of spooky and doesn't really make a lot of sense to me and kind of violates what we traditionally think about, so then that must be God. The cool thing about quantum physics is that it is profoundly shocking. It is non-intuitive. It doesn't do what we think it's supposed to do. That's like the defining characteristic of the entire field, as far as I understand it. And so a lot of Christians especially, but just creationists in general, they like to point to that and say, here's this weird fuzzy thing, God is doing the stuff, and that's what that magic is. And that's simply not how science works. It's simply not how thinking works.
Okay.
It is just trying to find some scientific jargon to match your faith. And I'm not into that.
Okay. I grant you. I thank you for that answer. I understand your critique here. Further, as far as my own interest in the subject, I have a good friend who's a leading secular humanist. I spoke with him for 30 years. And we talk about this type of stuff every once in a while. He's a materialist, of course. He would say that consciousness is an emergent property of a unique organization, matter, neurons, electrical activity, the standard model for neurobiology. Quantum physics has changed that to some degree, the ORT theory. And it's not necessarily proof of the soul, but it certainly has expanded the concept from 1933 in HM1, where they said, you know, the universe itself exists, not created. No, it actually seems to be that there's a probability behind it. It's not strictly deterministic like so many physicists wanted, including Albert Einstein. It seems that Heisenberg and Niels Bohr and John Bell and Elaine Chase and Zeilinger were all correct, that it's more probabilistic at the foundations of things, which leaves room for, what, free will, one of the elements attributed to theological concepts of the soul. And it also leaves some
so are you assuming, are you just,
the personality,
can I stop you for 1 second?
is based in, excuse me, can I finish my statement and then you can answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so personality is attributed to the soul theologically. Does it also attribute to quantum physics and consciousness? This is where the correlation exists. And that's all I have to say. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're operating under the assumption that ORC theory is like proven, or do you just kind of like it because you feel as though you can fit things that you already believe into the framework?
Well, the easy problem, as they say, of consciousness is fairly well established. It's the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
Describe it as quanta and qualia. Quanta and qualia.
Qualia.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't want to
okay.
Go ahead.
No, so you're talking about ORC theory, and ORC theory hasn't been proven though. So the theory says essentially like there's microtubules within the neurons, and then there's like quantum fields that collapse into a single state, and that's the experience of consciousness, right?
That's Penrose's brief, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
A theory.
So
but
exactly.
Even given that.
But it's just a theory.
Given that, the hard problem of consciousness.
Don't you dare say it's just a theory.
The subjective
hypothesis.
I'm sorry, I don't want to talk over you, so I was trying to respond to what you were saying. You're right, absolutely right. It is not proven scientifically that quantum effects, how they affect the brain, or how they give rise to the subjective understanding
or if they do,
which we would call the qualia of consciousness. You know, the qualia of a human being would be very different than that of an ant or a dog or whatever else. So really, you know, determinism, though, says that everything is strictly determined, and if you had all the information, you could determine the outcome. And probability in quantum physics, which is fairly well established given the, quantum entanglement.
Well, I'm not arguing that quantum physics does. I need you to make some room for me to also be part of this conversation. So you're saying you're not acknowledging the if, right? You're operating as though there is some sort of quantum interaction on the brain that manifests in the experience of consciousness. It may be the case that it does, but there's absolutely no definitive proof outside of people's like speculative conjecture that is the case. I know a fair bit about neuroanatomy, neurochemistry, and neurological function. And there just really isn't any evidence for it outside of like all of these posits in like the mathematical realm and philosophical realms. It's a bit like just speaking to a hypothetical that would be neat and then expounding upon it as though it's true, but that doesn't really give me anything. I would like to see what the actual effect is and have it demonstrated and show that it is in fact the case before we enter into this speculative hypothetical and then debate the efficacy.
Well, it comes down to methodology, really. I'm afraid it comes down to how we would test qualia and have some way of measuring it and objectively prove that this is real. We don't have an objective way to know. Even Daniel Dennett talks about this. We don't have an objective method of determining qualia of consciousness. And really
because every experience is subjective and individual. So I get that, but I don't understand what that has to do with quantum theory. That's the case with or without your quantum theory having any interaction whatsoever with the physical components of the brain and interacting to produce consciousness.
An effect on it because
how do you know that?
One of the characteristics. Well, let me explain.
Go for it.
Free will, does it exist? Let me ask you that. Do you think free will as a person exists? Do you have free will?
I don't think so. No.
You don't think so? And
no,
that
I
would
think
be
it's deterministic.
With a deterministic, materialistic theory of consciousness.
Just for
brain
fun, also,
sequence, the neurons fire
I do think free will exists.
We don't really have a model
so you've got
either.
I just throwing this out there, by the way, I do think free will exists. So the person who has special interests in like neuroanatomy and all this stuff, I also have some graduate level training in neuroanatomy and whatnot, but I have no the fuck idea what a qualia is. I think qualias are bears that crawl around in Australia. But like, you've got two people with very different opinions here, and the key is that both of us are saying fundamentally the same thing, which is that these are all very pretty words, but where is your evidence?
Well, words are symbols, really, and
not an answer.
For a second, the ancient Greek
They're also
philosophy,
phonemes and morphemes,
right?
but that doesn't answer
Plato's
the question.
theory of forms. No, this relates to it. I mean, we're thinking is not just restricted to empirical science. Thinking actually involves philosophy.
We're not talking about thinking. We're talking about evidence. Like, what do you have that you can put forward that is evidence that demonstrates the truth of this?
Okay. You exist?
As far as I know, yeah.
Probably.
Do you exist? I believe I exist too.
Okay.
How would I prove that?
You don't need to prove it to yourself. Your experience of existing is proof to yourself that you exist.
Well, using the materialist model, if I cut my arm off, I still exist. Cut my leg off, I still exist. I could put my brain on a table, and I guess I don't exist anymore because my brain doesn't fire without the rest of my body. But, where was me in the process? Where is me?
You were there the whole time. You're just dead now.
What part of me has to be? Okay. Well, Daniel Dennett says you look at the brain and how it works, but no, there's no one part of the brain that is you. So
Correct.
I mean, if I start slicing my brain up, where am I in that process?
Let me ask you a similar question.
When you go under anesthesia.
Let me ask you the same question.
I really want to know what your take is on this. Okay.
Yeah, you stop experiencing consciousness because you no longer have proper ion fucking
sodium ion channel transmission
across membranes, because its fucking membrane hypothesis was recently shown to have some serious backing, because we didn't know how anesthesia worked for a long time. And if I remember correctly, the fucking membrane thing where it's stopping ion diffusion across. That's the whole thing. I'm not an expert in that field. I'm not going to talk about it too much. The question that I have for you is, you were just saying, like, there's no one part of the brain that is you. Okay, similar question. What is the tide? The tide is the emergent property of just a shit ton of water molecules, which necessarily are only able to do what they do because of the shape of the molecule, which is only possible because of Vesper theory, because of how these hydrogens are going to sit around an oxygen, and also the moon, and also the rotation of the Earth, and also like the whole theory of general relativity making gravity possible. So if you look at this, there is no single part of that is the tide. So if I were to deconstruct that and say, well, there is, a tide is this magical, wonderful thing. There's this creature called tide that lives somewhere, and there must be some quantum effect that creates the tide. No, the tide is the emergent property of the shape of water molecules, the amount of water molecules, the rotation of the Earth, and the gravity of the moon. All of those things together create the effect that we call the tide. Similarly, there is no one part of the brain that contains your entire consciousness or can account for all of your consciousness. It is the emergent property of the electrochemical activity across billions of neurons. And without that, if you alter that or change that, you change or destroy that consciousness, as we have seen countless times in experimental and accidental evidence.
We can measure the way the brain works, yes. We can observe the way it works. We can see a billion neurons firing, and we know that microtubules interact and seem to coordinate their interaction through quantum effects. That has been established so far.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily been established.
We don't know how that gives rise to the hard problem of consciousness. We don't know how that gives rise to
I just addressed that.
Well, in theory, but it's a philosophy. You really haven't proven it.
Are you saying that the tides are philosophy?
No, that's a deterministic effect. You just said you had free will. Free will is not consistent with determinism. At what point does free will enter the picture?
I disagree, but that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about consciousness. I'm not going to make an argument for free will because that's a totally different thing. We're talking about where consciousness comes from.
You said you believe
I'm telling you that yes, I did, but I'm not interested in that argument at this moment. We're talking about consciousness. Consciousness is an emergent property of the brain, emergent property of all the electrochemical activity and the specific structure of neurons. You were saying, well, you can't pick one part of the brain that has consciousness, and what I'm trying to tell you is you cannot pick one part of the tides that explains the tides by itself or encompasses the tides by itself, and yet we don't pretend that the tide is some sort of metaphysical quantum woo-woo effect. It's just the emergent property of all of these parts working together. Same thing about the brain. Tell me where the disconnect is between those two things. Show me where my analogy doesn't work. Tell me how.
It's a category error. Because the tides are easily deterministic. We understand how tides work. That's deterministic. Tides have no free will. Tides have no consciousness.
I didn't say they weren't.
The hard problem with consciousness is knowing why all the stuff that we can observe results in our subjective experience of will and consciousness. And
I'm literally just showing you. I'm literally just showing you why your framework and the way you describe this isn't adequate, or at least not for me. So it's not a category error. It's an analogy.
Is the brain a strictly deterministic machine?
I don't think so. But I don't know.
Well, where does the variability come into it?
Development and experience.
And free will possible.
Development, experience, random chance, lots of different things can change the nature of the brain. But again, I'm not claiming to have like a solid thing here. I understand that this is a big question. What consciousness is and where it comes from, fundamentally, there's a lot that we don't know. I'm the only one here, besides Shannon and I should say, are the only ones here who are willing to say, there's a point where we don't know shit. But your argument that we don't know the one part of the brain that does consciousness, therefore it's magic, makes no fucking sense. And your argument that there's some quantum effect makes no fucking sense.
They call it the hard problem of consciousness for a reason. It's not.
And you are providing a proposed solution. And you are providing a proposed solution, or at least a proposed framework for looking at it that I don't think is adequate. It's certainly not scientifically
Okay,
satisfying.
I'm not really
It's
doing
just
that.
a bunch of woo.
I want to clarify that I'm not
May
doing
I
that.
enter? May I?
Want to
I'm going to
clarify
probably
that.
go a
Yes, ma'am.
slightly different direction. I want to find out exactly what you think about this theory because I'm not even sure I'm clear on what you think. So, what are microtubules in the brain? The neurons, like what do they exist
They're-
for?
Well, you can look it up on the computer there. They talk about it quite a bit. Look up.
Oh, I know. I know what they are. I was seeing if you knew what they are.
Hammerhoff discovered. Okay. Yeah, Hammerhoff discovered.
So
that
no,
there are
microtubules are a
inside the
pre-existing.
neurons that coordinate, that act like quantum entanglement. Okay, they move in concert.
no.
And there's
What's the difference?
apparent reason
No,
for it,
one sec.
except for quantum.
What's the difference between that? What's the difference between that and the
That's
microtubules in all of your other cells? Why are the ones in the brain
There is none.
special?
That's the fact.
So are
Right.
all of your cells conscious?
Look
But I'm
at
trying to get to-
enzymes, for Pete's sake.
I'm getting
The point
frustrated.
is that the quantum effects on enzymes have been measured now. They found ways to measure the catalytic effect.
Quantum
of enzymes.
effect doesn't mean consciousness. I need to get that's not the same thing.
Should I just leave?
There's
Because
quantum
I feel like
effects
I'm
on-
not here.
There's quantum effects on everything that's made of atoms. Everything experiences quantum effects.
Yeah, well, it's not atoms we're talking about.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was.
Everything that has atoms have quantum effects. Again,
I said
category problem. We're talking
experiences.
Let me know when I can talk,
Okay.
everybody.
No, the men are
Go
talking,
ahead, man.
Shannon.
Yeah, I figured that out quickly.
I'm here to learn. I really am. I want to hear what you have to say. And
Okay,
by the
so
way,
I have a question, but I keep
conversation
getting derailed both by your answers to the question and by interjection. So microtubules in the brain exist as part of this neuronal cell structure. They expand and contract, and they
Yes.
help with neuroplasticity. So when we're talking about the ORC theory, like the quantum theory, they found that there's like changes in it, like the detecting almost like heat changes that I don't know a lot about the physics of it, that indicate that they might lead towards there being some sort of quantum interaction. It's not proven in any way. It's just an interesting finding that they found going through the study. So it does not, please, for the love of God, let me finish what I'm saying. I keep trying to talk and being interrupted. So I went through and I read up on it a little bit while all the men were talking with my little tiny girl brain that I might have something to contribute because I have a degree in neuroscience.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. Thank you for affirming that for me. So looking at it, really, they don't know what the interaction is, right? They don't know why it is. They don't know if it has anything to do with consciousness. They just know that they're detecting something that might be interesting. And if they can find a connection to it, that it might be evidence towards the ORC theory. So that's where we are right now. That's it. That's it. That's all. It's just, oh, we found a neat thing. It looks like there's some sort of quantum interaction in and around the microtubules. That's all we know. If we find out more, there's a chance it might prove this theory. That is it. From there, we're having this big diatribe about quantum consciousness as though it in any way has proven that there is such a thing as quantum consciousness. It hasn't. It absolutely hasn't. It's interesting, but we're not talking about it as it's interesting. We're talking about it as though it is interesting. It's been established. The establishment of the fact proves this specific type of theory, and therefore we're going to proceed as though it is true and talk about it as though it needs to be debunked. Which it's a dishonest and unnuanced way to have a conversation about something that's just like a neat finding.
Okay, that's not
Men may
what I
speak
was
now.
intending to say.
So what were you
not
intending
what
to
I was
say? That's
intending
why I
to
was
say.
trying to kind of establish what was going on, but we
I was
kept getting
trying
rabbit
to
trailed.
Really, okay, says I'm a theist here. Not an atheist. It could be an agnostic, I suppose, if you recognize there's a limit to my knowledge and yours and everyone else, particularly in this area, consciousness. Yes, this is the state of the art of theory, yet to be proven, and maybe never be proven. And this is the hard problem of it, is that we don't have a methodology to measure consciousness. We have empirical measures or empirical reactions to things. We can see that, but we don't know.
We can see interactions in the brain.
Generates consciousness. So we really don't know what we are.
Sure.
And if we don't know what we are, then how can we even talk about God?
Okay, so
That's
there,
boring.
I agree with. Turns out we probably agree more than we disagree. Now that we've had some clarifying conversations, because we actually, it is just an interesting thing to discuss. But we have no way currently. It doesn't mean that maybe we never will. Of saying, okay, this is the unifying, demonstratably, materially proven theory of consciousness. We don't have that right now. Everybody knows that. Anybody who says that isn't the case is just, they're not really paying attention to what's going on, or they don't completely understand the topic. It would be my opinion.
Well,
now, that doesn't mean that we can't think and have
experiences. It's only been around a few years,
I've been around.
To give you some background on why I'm interested in this, I can give you some background. My daughter is developing a protocol for detoxification of the brain as a result of anesthesia. With her whole
Let me know when she publishes her research, and then we'll have something to talk about.
Well, she's writing a book right now, and I'll send it to you, actually, if you want. It's about to be published. But it's a very practical application. She can't tell you the hard problem of consciousness, but she's aware of it because of research into this stuff. And she informed me. I'm like, this is mind-blowing, right? And so this is why I got into it, and I wanted to get some feedback from you. And it really does have some relevance to theology and philosophy, because where does all it start? It starts in the brain. And, I have studied philosophy. Logical positivism is another example of where we don't really know what reality is. 90% of everything that happens is between our ears and that brain, however this consciousness is created, right? So
I'd argue everything that happens between your ears.
Well, not everything, but our consciousness apparently does, or maybe it doesn't.
Your experience of everything does.
The brain's a receiver. It's just a theory.
Nope.
We're just spitballing.
Yeah, no,
right?
I don't think that
but
could
be
the
guy that developed. Well, why not? I mean,
because of sodium ion transmission causing neurons to fire. Like there's material.
That doesn't explain the orchestration of sodium or the implications of it. If that's true, let's say
it is true.
Johann Sebastian Bach's, Fugue in D minor, was that just a sound created by the random firings of his neurons? Were they random or they were determined? What really is that creation that he created, that musical composition? I don't
know the answer to that, but I want to back up to sodium and potassium ion transmissions. That is in fact the case. It is in fact the case. That's how we know neurons fire, right? They reach a threshold, and at that threshold, your mitochondria within the neuronal cell body releases an endogenous chemical called ATP that opens the channel and that allows them to transfer back and forth. And that causes the action potential in the neuron that causes it to fire so that a neurotransmitter can be transmitted down the neuronal pathway to the axon of the receiving neuron. So that is the case. So the reason that it can't be, just to answer your question about the receiver, it can't be a receiver because there's an interaction problem. Sodium and potassium ions are physical, material things that exist in tangible physical reality. So if there was something external to the body that was imposing upon the brain, that threshold on either side of the cell membrane, anytime we put somebody in an MRI, we'd be able to see all kinds of weird firing and they would have to manifest into existence, right? So if our brain was receiving some sort of external, I'm not done talking. If our body was receiving some type of external signal, in order to make the neuron fire, in order for us to be aware that signal is being received, there needs to be a specific threshold of sodium and potassium ions on either side of a neuronal cell membrane, which would mean that they would either have to manifest out of thin air and just be invented whole cloth by magic, or they would need to be shifted and moved around in order to process that received signal. There's a serious interaction problem there. It's not possible. It doesn't happen. We would see it. It's not true.
Hasn't given rise to how consciousness exists. You've described a chemical reaction. You described a chemical process.
I described something that negates the receiver theory. Yeah, no, it does. We don't know. It might give rise to consciousness. We just have no way of effectively demonstrating that it does, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I'd be ridiculous if I said that I do know, and I'd be lying.
I don't know either.
What I'm saying is that there is no way that this brain of ours is in any way receiving signals and responding. It's not a receiver. You said maybe the brain's a receiver and it's receiving external signals. I'm saying this is evidence that I think is very definitive proof that that's not possible. That specific thing you were talking about.
Maybe it's interacting, like the tide example. It's interacting with the quantum universe and the multiverse, for that matter.
And then how are the sodium and potassium ions getting moved around in order to create the action potentials for the neurons to fire?
If you get into this thing, there's a concept
creating ions out of thin air?
Coherence. No. Quantum coherence.
That's the only possibility. That's the only answer then.
What they're talking about when they say the word the phrase quantum coherence.
Yes, please explain it to me.
An example. Let me see if I can make a good example of it. I'm not sure it's completely accurate this way I understand it. Say I had a machine gun and I had a laser sight on it and I had a target. And I had all bulls, so I pull the trigger and 10 rounds go right through the bullseye. Okay, I've got a target. It's teleology purpose. I got a method which I can understand deterministically why those bullets hit the book, and it's coherent because all of this makes sense, and boom, you see the effects. The bullet holes go through the target, right there in the bullseye. That's the way quantum effects are now being measured in everything. Chemistry, not just neurons firing, but enzymes. They have now this ORT theory. The cutting edge of this is quantum effects coherent or incoherent? Incoherent is I don't have a target, I've got a machine gun, and I pull one round and I pepper the wall. I know we don't know.
Can we go back to what I said briefly? Like, you're speaking about this as though it's on the cutting edge. You're using terminology as though this is a thing that we can know about, but we're just having a speculative conversation right now. And you ignored what I said before about the ion transmission being required.
You described the chemical process.
It's not a chemical process. It's a physical. It's a physical process. It's a physical process that needs to happen in order to generate the action potential for any neuron to fire ever. Period. Full stop. There is no other way that they can fire.
When a neuron fires, what happens then? When the neuron fires.
If you don't know what happens when a neuron fires, how can you even have a coherent conversation about? Are you testing me then?
No, I'm saying, how does that give rise to consciousness? You don't know.
Nobody. We don't know, and neither do you. And we don't know if it's going to be.
So it's sort of like
the quantum theory at all. We have no idea. There's really no evidence for it. They just measured in microtubules that there might be some sort of quantum interaction, and they thought that was interesting. That's it. That's what we know. That's all that we know. Everything else you're saying is just speculative. It's just like broad strokes, speculative.
Exactly.
Well, then what are we doing?
Well, there was a time in my own lifetime. There was a time in my lifetime when, and I'm a little older than you guys, but there was a time when determinism, when this was not a theory, this was assumed to be the truth, okay? And it's not anymore. And here's the other thing. A lot of scientific innovations come from instinct. We don't know where that comes from. We don't know how the neurons give rise to consciousness. Instinct or intuition or
okay, Randall, we have like a bunch more callers and 8 minutes left in the show. I'm going to let you go because we are rabbit trailing beyond at this point.
Literally, this entire call is fucking like, what if sometimes frogs dream about like moon space aliens, Just like, what if that happens? And it's like,
if you want to throw God under the bus, you got to know what you are first, right? You got to know what you are.
You don't know shit about anything, dude. And your whole thing here is just, what if it's this? And we're like, there's no evidence of that. And you're like, yeah, but it could be that. And then we're like, okay, here are the things that we do have evidence for. And you say, well, that's just a chemical reaction. What about this other thing? It could be this other thing. And it's just, when you have something substantive to say, I'd love to hear it. But all you're giving me so far is, here's some neat stuff that some scientists are talking about. And I say, cool. And that's the end of the conversation for me. And you're now taking that 30 miles in another direction to say, well, what if it's this other weird thing? Like, dude, you can't just say random shit and act like it's science.
Okay, Randall, we gotta let go. I'm going to say goodbye to you politely and let you know that I'm about to drop the call because we have to move on to the next caller. Thank you very much. Please call back again sometime and have a lovely day.
Don't.
Bye.
It was good talking to you.
It wasn't.
I'm not even sure what that was.
You had a conversation with a scientist friend, and now you don't know what consciousness is, and nobody else does either. Great. And then we get on this whole thing about God. Well, you can't, you don't even know what God is. Okay, I don't know if there is a God to know what it is. So why would I try to define a thing? And there's this quantum effect. It could be this thing. Could be, what if? That'd be neat. But show me that it is.
But then he would
it could be
definitively.
And literally nobody here is a physicist. Nobody here has any major training in this area. I didn't realize you had a bachelor's in neuroscience. That's cool. Mm-hmm. You got a bachelor's in it. I've got a couple of classes in it. And none of us, we're certainly not professing to know like what the definition of all this is, or what the definitive answer all this is. We're just laying out the parameters. Here's what we do know about the brain. Here's what we do know about quantum effects. Here's what we do know about neurons. Here's what we do know about ions. And it's just, that's just stuff, though. There's this other stuff that could be stuff, but we don't know if it's stuff, so it's probably stuff.
Do you know what happens when a neuron fires? Yes. Do you? Why are we having a conversation about brains if you don't know what brains do?
I fucking had to, I can't even tell you how many times I've had to fucking explain action potentials to shit. Like, it's the first week of, like, every class, every fucking anatomy, neuroanatomy, endocrinology, over and over. I've been there, done that.
Once you identify the parts of the neuron, the next thing is their functions.
It's over. And it's
especially if you're doing neuropharmacology.
And we didn't get into the answer to your question, which is, where are all these new ions coming from? Yeah, it's like, quantum. And it's just, that's what bothers me about these calls, is that, like, it's literally, you can take the most banal, you take the most banal, meaningless, pointless, fucking weird-ass science jargon, the most insane shit you've ever heard, and just, there's some quantum effects. And now you're having a conversation, apparently. No, you're fucking not. Show me some data. Show me somebody with training in this area that knows a thing or two about it, that actually believes half the shit you're saying. Then I will be interested.
Well, you guys were talking, I went and read it. Like a bunch of different stuff on it. And it basically just said that they measured something specifically in those microtubules, which might indicate that there's some sort of quantum field interaction just with that specific area. And that's it. That's literally it. Neat. Yep. But like that, from that all the way to like Narnia is wild to me.
Mm-hmm. And we got 4 calls left and 4 minutes left in the show. So we're probably going to go a little bit late tonight, turns out.
Can I use the washroom?
We wasted some time. No, you can use the bathroom like an American.
Ew.
Yeah.
If you need to run, it's fine.
Yes, please. I'm just going to turn my camera on super quick.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Be right back.
While she is taking a good old-fashioned Canadian piss, we're going to talk to Joseph, who says that he has an experience. Yes, that he has an experience. It's a test of a deity. Test for a deity? I can't read, is the problem. Joseph, we're taking an atheist call early. What's going on with you?
Hi, Forrest. Big fan. I guess I kind of wanted to have this one be for both of you, but I can pitch it to you first and see what happens with Shannon when she gets back.
She'll be back, yeah.
Basically, what's going on, I'm trying to conduct an experiment on my own time, trying to test for, I guess, a deity of any sort, because I don't really believe in any. I guess I can accept that there might be something, but I don't know, and I don't worship whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to conduct this experiment, and I guess the problem that I keep running into or bumping up against before I can really even get going with this thing is that, like, I have these premises that like I'm trying to test for, and basically what I've got so far is, if a deity exists, they're not able or not willing to interact with the world in some way, I can't test for that. If they are able to, but not willing, I can't test for that. If they're willing, but not able to, I can't test for that. So the only thing that I can really test for is able to affect the world and willing. And I guess the problem that I have, like I say, that I'm bumping up against is that the only things that I can come up with to test for those things wouldn't necessarily strictly point to a deity. It would just point to something. Like I can confirm the results of the testing, but that's not necessarily going to point me in the direction of Quetzalcoatl or Ganesha or whatever. Like that. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what do I do? Am I just like am I at the limit of what we're able to do with testing? I guess I don't know. That's why I'm trying to get your
because that is the ultimate issue. Is
sorry,
like
welcome back, Shannon. It's great to talk to you again.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is the big question. Is how do you tell the difference between a god that you cannot test for and a god that doesn't exist? And if there is a god that you can test for, how do you know what test to run or what to do with it? And so, like, that's the whole thing here is like, the absence of evidence is not the same thing as the evidence of absence, right? So I can't say that I do not have a test for this god. I don't have the equipment to test for this god. I don't know what kind of test to run. Therefore, there is no god. What you don't get to do, however, is turn that around backwards and say that you can't the non-evidence of absence is therefore evidence of existence. You know what I mean? Like to say that, like, I don't have a proof of not God, and therefore there might be such a thing. Like, that doesn't work. And so, like, at the end of the day, yeah, I don't. You're in the same boat with everybody else who's ever asked these serious questions. We don't even know what kind of test would be possible because I don't know what the hell this god could even be, and therefore what test to run if indeed there is one possible. And so the default position is the null hypothesis. There's no such thing. Unless you are presupposing and deciding that there is some extra dimension, something outside of space and time, some creature that is able to whip up universes ex nihilo. Unless you are presupposing that all of those things are not only possible, but necessary and waiting to be proved wrong, the null hypothesis is everything is natural and I don't know what the fuck anything is. And I'm hoping someday to, hoping to find out someday.
I think you have to start with like an operational definition of like the type of god or deity that you're looking for too, right? Like you need to operationalize. You need to figure out, because there's so many different conceptualizations. Like you can't just ubiquitously look for, insert generic deity here. So I would start with the definition of the deity you're attempting to falsify and then figure out whether or not it's falsifiable. Like, I think the Omnimax god is inherently falsifiable because it's not internally consistent with creation, right? So, for example, way that I ran through this kind of test in my head was if you're an Omnimax god and you're wholly perfect, wholly self-sufficient, wholly self-satisfied, wholly benevolent, all of those things, and you exist outside of time and prior to creation, the act of creating would therefore contradict you being wholly self-sufficient because you had a want or a desire. So that falsifies that concept of God to me. So that is a falsifiable concept of God. That concept of God to me is immediately falsified because it has no internal consistency. So I think you start out with the operational definition of which deity that you're specifically looking at. Some wouldn't be falsifiable, like if you take a deistic perspective and you're just like, God's the universe or whatever. God is everything. But also doesn't interact with us at all, doesn't engage with us at all, doesn't do anything, isn't aware of us, we aren't aware of it. But you can't test that at all. That's unfalsifiable.
Well, right.
Could God be everything? Maybe, I don't know. But
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. That is maybe that you might have missed that part of what I was saying when I was talking about it with Forrest.
Probably.
That is basically what I'm trying to test for, is that like if a deity exists, the only thing that you can test for would be if the deity exists and is able to affect the world and is willing to affect the world.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, agreed.
And I guess under that, even like I wrote out a whole list when I was trying to figure out like what these different categories were. The thing that I wrote down was if a god exists, category, able to affect the world and willing, subcategory, in small / unseen ways. Like you could say that a deity can perform on the grand scale, but I mean, if it's not testable, like if it's like we can point a telescope out into space and see, you know, if like a supernova goes off or whatever. That would be like an observable thing. We wouldn't necessarily be able to test if like a deity had something to do with that, because it's kind of a long ways away, hopefully, because if it was an actual supernova, we'd be pretty boned if it was closer. So like the only thing you can really test for is if it was something on the small scale, repeatable, and like something that was happening fairly frequently. Because otherwise,
assuming
like
there's a god
else,
that is
like,
in any way interested or capable of interacting with our plane of reality.
They would have to be willing and able. That would be the defining thing that you can test for. And I guess at that point, like if they are willing and able, then where the hell have they been so far, you know?
I don't think that a god like that exists.
Yeah. Well, and I guess that is sort of the issue that I'm running into also, is that like I mentioned before, I already don't really believe that a deity like that exists. I'm trying to do the test for it just so I can say, you know, like I didn't just outright reject the premises. I did some experimentation to even show like, hey, I tried my best, and
you can't though.
Like
when you get to once you back your way into that corner and you get to the point where you're like, oh, okay, so I see no evidence of interaction, and like that's the same to me in my mind as it not being there. Like it's equivalent at the very least. Is what you're looking for just justification to yourself that you did everything that you could in order to let go of the belief?
No, because I mean it really isn't a matter of like my own personal belief. It really is just a matter of like being able to show like some sort of quantifiable data that
it's
like
an unfalsifiable
I did this
concept,
experimentation. Though. Yeah. And like I said, that is the issue that I'm running into, is that I can't think of any way of being able to construct an experiment that would actually mean anything.
Can you think of an experiment that will disprove the dragon that's in my garage? Every time I open the door, it disappears. And when I close the door, it's back in my garage again. It doesn't make any sounds. It doesn't interact with anything. It just stands perfectly still and remains quiet in my garage. But no one can ever see it because as soon as you open the door, it disappears. Can you think of an experiment to prove that dragon does or doesn't exist?
Not right now. I mean,
do you have reason to believe that it does?
No, I wouldn't say that it justified belief in that. I would say that if it's this thing that...
Does it impact your life or anything at all if it does?
No.
Right.
But but that's the thing. Like this actually ties in beautifully. The last time you and I talked, Shannon, I wasn't very clear about what I was trying to say, and I guess this actually just kind of tied back to that a little bit. If you believed very strongly to the point where like you're advocating for policy changes and that sort of thing, that this dragon does exist, it would be.
It would the onus would be on me to demonstrate that it does exist at that point. If I'm advocating for garage dragonism, it's up to me to demonstrate that garage dragon exists if I want anybody to listen to me. It's not up to anybody else. Like it would be bananas world to walk around going, listen, garage dragonism means that everybody has to give me all their money and we're going to legislate that right now. People would rightfully be like, no, we don't. That's bananas. You have to prove garage dragon exists.
But then what I'm suggesting based on this experiment that I'm trying to do is that I could come along and say, well, look, Shannon has this dragon. None of you can test for it. We've all tried. I've come up with a way that we could maybe test for it, say conclusively one way or another. If I present Shannon with this evidence that like this dragon just absolutely will like refuses to engage, is not doing anything to interact with the world, maybe then Shannon stops advocating for garage dragonism. That's
the point of the scenario, though. It's like it's definitionally unprovable. Like anytime it's being observed in any way, it disappears. The moment, like you can't put a camera on it, you can't look at it, it disappears instantaneously. Just poof, it's gone instantaneously. It can never be observed definitionally. Part of the base properties of Garage Dragon are Garage Dragon isn't capable of being observed. It exists. It exists, but it's incapable of being observed or measured in any way. There's no way to prove Garage Dragon doesn't exist. There just isn't. It's built into the definition of Garage Dragon that you can never have any sort of empirical evidence for or against Garage Dragon. It's just built into the definition.
So then,
but that's not
for all accounts and purposes, it may as well not exist. Yeah, I get that. I'm just, I don't know.
It would be nice if somebody could prove to me that Garage Dragon doesn't exist, but it's not possible. But that doesn't mean that I'm justified in holding a belief in Garage Dragon. And I understand the inclination to try to want to prove that Garage Dragon doesn't exist, because I would maybe stop making Garage Dragon like stupid ass decisions based on my belief in Garage Dragon. But you can't. So you just have to, accept that.
I guess the reason why I came to wanting to do this experiment was I got into this conversation with a coworker, and we were talking about God, and it just kind of turned into this whole thing of like, well, the back and forth of like, yeah, like you can't disprove God, and it's like, yeah, but you also can't prove God.
Right.
And then they were like, well, why don't you try to prove God? I was like, well, that's dumb because I don't believe in God. And yeah, but in debate class, you have to sometimes take the opposing viewpoint of what you actually believe in order to, expand your worldview or whatever. And so I was like, yeah, okay, fair. I'll try and come up with a way that I can prove God exists. Will that satisfy this insane
I think it depends.
thing you're suggesting to me? So
I would, if you're talking to a person individually, I'd start with they need to define what they mean by God first, right? Otherwise, you're on a fool's errand. Yeah. Anytime somebody says, "Oh, proof God doesn't exist," I say, "What do you mean by God?" And then they have to just define. And a lot of them, in most cases, they haven't actually. They just have like a general sort of, ethereal vibes-based concept of God that really hasn't been operationalized in any sort of meaningful way. So it also makes them kind of do it. We should let you go though, because it's like 12:15 at night here in Nova Scotia, where I'm at, and we still have a couple more callers. I appreciate the chit chat though.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it too. I'm sad that I won't get to ask the question that I've been trying like 4 separate calls to get with Forrest about, but I understand you guys got other things to do.
Call specifically with just that question next time, because we're very verbose. All right, have a good rest of your day. Thanks, Joseph.
Yeah, have a good night.
Okay, Joseph.
Do you know how hard it is to focus when you're holding up a sign that says Garage Dragon Titties?
What if it has titties? You know?
Then it would be a woman. It would be a female garage dragon.
It'd have to be. It would have to be.
It would be a female garage dragon, and it would have to carry babies.
You know they're expensive
forcefully.
too because they're not natural.
Yeah.
Good joke, Lex. Good joke.
And its consciousness is determined, and that's everything.
I'm microtubules on a quantum level. It's got some quantum titties, that garage dragon.
Quantum titties,
Quantum
y'all.
titties. That's going to be
like
my mug next year. Just quantum titties with a picture of a dragon, and everyone can try to figure out what it means.
I can't.
Where's Jimmy? That should be my shirt. Quantum titties.
I can't get over like the call with what was it? Cruz, wasn't it?
Cortez.
No, Cortez. The call with Cortez, and then the call with Dwight, and they're both focused on abortion, and I can't stop realize like they're the best pro-abortion calls we've ever gotten because like abortion could have prevented those calls from happening, and like I can't, you know what I mean? Like I don't have to do my job. I don't have to show up for work. I can just be like, hey guys, we could have prevented this. Speaking of abortion.
Oh no.
V wants to know up to what point abortion is legal and moral. Welcome to the show, V. You're on with Forrest and Shannon.
Hey guys, can you hear me well?
Yep.
Yes, I can.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm all right.
I'm not sure anymore.
We've covered a lot of ground here today, V. Covered a lot of ground.
Wonderful. I'm going to try to be as short as possible because I know you have other callers. So yeah, I mean, I'm quite young. I'm 19, and I'll be honest, I don't know shit in life. Sorry for the language, but
we've all been there.
The one thing I know is that, like, it's like if you have a baby, you're allowed to have an abortion until it's born. Well, not until, but once it's born, you can't. Like that's illegal. You can't just kill a baby. And there's a point in between those two points in time. Where we have decided that at this point you are no longer allowed to have the abortion. So in the UK it's 24 weeks, I believe. And I'm just curious, like why is it specifically like 24 weeks or around that time that we've decided that you can't, like no longer can you have an abortion?
Because it's no longer
it's a compromise.
Yeah, and it's also that is true, but there's also a difference between terminating a pregnancy at the point of viability. And the reason 24 weeks is when the fetus has the highest chance of being viable. Legally, I agree with Forrest. It's essentially just a compromise. For most women, they're not, I promise you, they're not waiting 24 weeks and going, you know what? I've changed my mind now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's not how it works. Yeah, morally, I think that there is no difference. So when you're looking at a baby inside the womb, like if you listen to our conversations earlier, like inside the uterus versus after you've given birth and the baby is no longer physically connected to the mother, they're two different things. Giving birth is an abortion, right? The baby is being removed from my body. It survived it because it's viable now. But it's still, me giving birth is aborting that baby. It doesn't get to stay in there forever. That pregnancy is now terminated. It's the same thing. Right? Okay. And there's actively killing a baby. Killing a baby is different than terminating a pregnancy. Terminating a pregnancy is removing that fetus from my body. Now, if it's to the point that it's viable, potentially could survive on its own, a different argument could be had of, okay, what's society's responsibility to provide the necessities for life outside of the womb? So let's say I hit 30 weeks and I'm like, actually, I did change my mind. And the fetus is now viable, but I no longer want to be pregnant. Now, if we're arguing as a society that once a fetus is viable, it has a right to life, then we as a society should be doing everything we can to ensure that it's, in an incubator being provided nutrients, and we do everything that we can to keep that fetus alive. Sure, fine, sure. But women should still be able to decide to not be pregnant anymore. So to me, that's the difference. I don't think it's analogous to say, oh, okay, well, once you give birth to a baby, you can't kill it. Right. Well, giving birth to a baby is terminating a pregnancy. That pregnancy is terminated. So that just goes to show they're not the same thing. There is no equivocation between the two. They're not equal. They're two completely different things.
Yeah. I do hear what you're saying. It was a little bit dumb, not dumb, but probably unnecessary to bring up like a post-birth. But in your opinion, Shannon, what is a good boundary before birth where an abortion
My
can be
opinion?
taken? Like, is 24
I think that you should be
weeks
able to terminate a pregnancy literally whenever you want, at any point in time. At any point in time during the pregnancy, I should be able to say I don't want to be pregnant anymore and then not have to be.
110%.
So even like 2 or 3 weeks before the due date,
Yeah, sure, why not?
due date.
Why not?
2 or 3 hours
Yeah.
before.
No,
Get
why
this
not?
fucking thing out of me.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't want to be pregnant anymore. Because if the argument that you're making is, well, there's an obligation to preserve this child's life. Why is the obligation solely on me? If society has an obligation to preserve the child's life, I should be able to determine I don't want to be pregnant anymore. And if society feels like that's an obligation, then it can provide the necessities to do everything it can to sustain. Premature babies are born all the time. Those pregnancies are spontaneously terminating. The only difference is that woman didn't make the choice. So if they can survive and it's possible to provide the necessities for life, then that should be a different conversation. But women should be able to terminate their pregnancy at any point in time. Now, let's be realistic, though, about it. People pose this as though it's like, oh, it's so immoral that that a woman can just terminate her pregnancy, when the fetus is viable. That's not fair. She should have to stay pregnant at that point in time. Well, be realistic. Most women aren't going to be pregnant and go through that for, 5 months just to be like, actually, at this point in time, when it's the most dangerous for me to terminate the pregnancy, because I'm so strongly integrated with this fetus that has been inside of me for all of this time. It's the most invasive at this point. It is the most likely to cause me serious damage at this point. Women just aren't doing that. It's ridiculous to assume that they are or would. Most of the terminations, if not all, that happen at that phase happen because either the fetus isn't viable anymore and it's going to not make it, or cause the woman damage, or their body can't take the pregnancy anymore. That's when those pregnancies are being terminated, and that needs to remain available. So I don't think there is any wiggle room. I don't think that you can go into these unnuanced corners of an argument and just assume that, women shouldn't be able to just kill babies because they're whores or whatever. Like, that's what people seem to think. And it's just really not the way of the world. It's really not the way that it goes. It's really not realistic, and it's damaging because the women who are having those pregnancies terminated are usually grappling deeply with that decision, because it usually means that a pregnancy that they wanted, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten to that point, has now gone terribly wrong.
Yeah, no, I do hear what you're saying, and I agree with realistically, no one's going to get to a few hours before birth and be like, actually, fuck this, I don't really want a baby.
Change my mind.
I'm going to sit out. Yeah, no. And I guess there's not really a point of getting into the hypothetical, because I was going to ask, it is that whole thing with should TACIS at what point is it fine? But I'm not really going to get into that because obviously I have other calls. I did want to ask on a basically completely different topic, if that's all right with you. I do see a lot of people.
Because we still got 2 more calls.
Yes, yeah. So there's been a lot of talk in this stream on fuck ICE, and I personally agree with fuck ICE, because I recently had a discussion with one of my close friends on it. He lives in Sweden, and he said he supports ICE, and he said he wishes there was something like ICE in Sweden. I myself am a legal immigrant to the UK, And ICE is a very sensitive topic for me, because it's like, I agree with the fact that illegal immigrants should be dealt with properly.
They deserve due process, though.
Yes, of course. And that's kind of like the whole argument that I was trying to make, is like I'd be fine with ICE if all they were doing is correctly processing illegal immigrants, but that's not what they do, unfortunately. And I was trying to prove that to him, that unfortunately that just is not what happens. Do you know any reliable resources that I could share with this guy?
Well, I mean, you can show them shooting a man dead in the street that was an American citizen. That's probably a good resource. Or shooting a woman point blank in the head.
Is that the car?
So they shot a woman in the head multiple times, like right in her face. And just yesterday, they shot a man in the back, an unarmed man. And we definitely know he was unarmed because we saw the other ICE agent take his gun out of the whole store and walk away with it just before he was shot 5-6 times in the back. He was shot in the back, then turned over. Then they shot him while he was on the ground again in the front. So you could show him that, and you could ask him after watching that video from multiple angles if that's the type of thing that he would like to have in his area, because I bet he'd change his mind pretty quickly. Or he has a case of leopards won't eat my face-itis.
Yeah, even the crazy thing here is, like, even without those examples, what ICE actually is in this country right now that people are pretending is so good, they are looking for illegal immigrants. That's supposedly what they're doing. And in order to do that, you know, we already talked about due process briefly, but the actual modus operandi, the actual license that they are given, is to use people's skin color as a reasonable suspicion to detain them and to search them. So they are just approaching anyone who isn't white and demanding their paperwork, demanding proof of their citizenship. And if they can't provide that, or if they resist or refuse or anything, they are being detained and sent to concentration camps. And we already have multiple reports from the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and also Amnesty International and others detailing out the absolutely horrific conditions in these camps. We have floors that are flooded with urine and feces. People are not given adequate food. When they are given food, it is often moldy, riddled with worms, rotten, half frozen. People are losing weight rapidly. People are getting sick rapidly. ICE is refusing people their prescribed medication. There's one case that the ACLU put out of a diabetes patient who was given her insulin at random sporadic cases after begging for it for days and days and days, and just had crazy random spikes and drops in blood pressure because of it. We had a case of a stroke patient who was dealing with blurred vision, slurred words, and they didn't help him until he passed out. We have multiple cases of people dying in ICE custody because they refuse life-saving medical care and life-saving medication, including prescription medication, until this person is bleeding on the ground, whatever, and then they just die. We have literally, not an exaggeration, thousands of cases of sexual assault and rape and brutal, violent assault that required hospitalization. One person in particular described having his testicles crushed by an ICE agent while he was restrained because he refused to sign paperwork to self-deport. We have, and that's not the only one, that person also said that that was a common practice where he was at. We also have, again, not an exaggeration, thousands of immigrants in ICE detention who are missing. No paperwork, no documentation, no track record, no answers. ICE took them off the street and they just vanished. So what we are talking about here is not an exaggeration when we say that this is Nazi shit. And again, this is all hinging upon the fact that they are able to approach any non-white person. And they've already detained over 100 American citizens because they were non-white or in the way, not even including the ones that Shannon's talking about that have been murdered. So if you don't understand, and I think you do, V, but for anyone watching this, if you don't understand, set aside the human rights abuses, set aside the people who have gone missing, set aside the constitutional violations, violating the 4th Amendment and the 15th Amendment and the 5th Amendment and the 4th Amendment, set aside all of those, right? And what have you got? I think I said that right. 1st, 4th, 1st, 4th, 5th, and 14th, right? Set aside all of that. The primary focus here is that these folks can detain anyone who is not white. And so if you want to understand why that's wrong, all you have to ask, are all Americans white? Because if the answer is no, then this is very clearly Nazi shit. And the problem is that we have a lot of people in this country, including a lot of people in power, who answer that question with, I wish. And that is what this administration is all about, and that is what ICE is all about.
Yeah, I mean,
tell that to your
the whole situation is just disgusting. Like, especially with the quote-unquote detention centers, which are actually
concentration camps.
Fucking concentration camps. Yeah, there you go. Yep. It's absolutely disgraceful to have that in the modern society. But I tried my best to do research into like actual stats on, because I like numbers. My brain's a bit ooga-booga in that sense. But I tried to find stats on race specifically with ICE.
You won't. They're not keeping good records. They're purposely obfuscating, and even if they did post records, they'd likely be a lie. Like, you're watching history right now, and I just hope that when people are reading the history books in the future, our side wins. Otherwise, we're fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, just going back a little bit, if you don't mind, what is the name of the man who got shot yesterday? Just
Michael
Peretti.
Peretti. Is it Michael or Anthony? I don't remember. I remember the last name Peretti. Peretti, I believe. And you'll be hard pressed if you search up this man shot by ICE. You're gonna find it. He was carrying a gun legally. He had a legal permit to carry
Alex.
it. Alex, that's what it is. Alex Peretti. Thank you. Sorry, it's been a long fucking day, dude. But yeah, Alex Peretti. He legally was carrying a firearm. He had a permit for it. And the video shows ICE officers shoving a woman, and he's an ICU nurse at the Veterans Hospital at the VA. So he's just as fucking American as they come. And he steps in front of this ICE agent and this woman that they are shoving and brutalizing, and they tackle him to the ground. They take his gun away, and then, as Shannon said, they not only shot him dead, they also dumped their magazines into him. They continued shooting him well after the point that he was dead. And
then counted.
And so, and then there are reports, yes, of they went and counted their bullet holes. There are reports of officers clapping afterwards. There are reports of officers saying boo-hoo to protesters. There's a lot of fucked up shit going on.
That's actually the other thing. Like, the one thing I brought up is like police officers. They get, well, most of the time they get sanctioned severely for their actions. I've not heard a single case of like an ICE officer actually anything happened or getting like reprimanded for their actions.
They're told they have absolute immunity, so they're just going to keep getting worse because they think they can do whatever they want.
Our government is literally offering them complete immunity for everything. There was actually the Department of Homeland Security tweeted out a quote from Stephen Miller, who's a higher up in our administration and an absolute fucking just beyond the pale Nazi, who said that no city official, no state official, no one can stop you. ICE agents have total immunity. That is a privilege that literally no one had. The president does not have that privilege. But they're just saying anything ICE wants to do is fair game. And they're also given a pretty substantial salary. I think it's something like $100,000. And I know there's the big thing is that they're given a $10,000 signing bonus just for signing up for the organization. You get $10,000. And that money is coming from the tariffs that we're paying and the healthcare that we're cutting. We're causing massive harm to everyday Americans so that we can pay ICE so much. And that's what makes it, to me, even more unforgivable, is that, people say, they're just following orders. They need to feed their family. It's their job. They need to feed their family because of what this country is doing. They made food and gas and housing and healthcare unaffordable, and then they offered these motherfuckers $10,000 to go hunt their neighbors, and they cashed the check. They made them poor and then paid them to be monsters, and they fell for it. So I have absolutely no fucking sympathy for these demons. And if your friend is supporting this in any way, if your friend is supporting this in any way, your friend is either stupid or evil, and you need to get a better friend.
I mean, he has some very, very different views, and but he is a person who does listen, and he can change his mind. So I like, if I can, I want to change his mind on this specific topic. He lives in Sweden, and he's been a little bit brainwashed because allegedly, from what I know in Sweden, statistically their quality of life went down with an influx of immigrants, and because of that, he has some not so positive views on immigrants. But yeah, I will do my best to find data and try to convince him.
There's a far-right pipeline in Sweden too. There's a far-right pipeline everywhere, and you can fall into that fucking evil, bullshit thinking. We start with the whole fucking we need sovereignty and we need to protect our borders and blah, blah, blah. And then you fall into they're bringing disease and they're taking jobs and they're committing crimes. Right. And before you know it, you're at every immigrant is a rat that needs to be exterminated. It is a fucking slippery slope. And it's not a fallacy to call it a slippery slope because we have seen that it is a very real slippery slope. And especially when you have here in America, the dehumanizing language that our government is using against immigrants, calling them, all sorts of hideous animals, and also saying that they are poisoning the blood of our country, which is straight up Nazi talk. Yeah, it's rough, dude, and your friend is not immune to it, and so I hope you can pull him out of that. But
one of ours, all of yours.
That's not worth saving.
100%.
So just one last quick point. One of the arguments he used was allegedly ICE has been created in since 2003, and there's only been talk about ICE very recently, and he said it's wokeness or whatever. I think that's bullshit, but I can't.
I think he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, the big thing is, ICE has been around for a little while, and deportations have been around for quite some time. That's what makes this so problematic. Barack Obama deported way more people than Trump ever has. And I protested. I was against it. But he did it legally. He did it by following the Constitution. So the point here, we talk about, there's a phrase that we use here in the United States, the cruelty is the point. The cruelty is not an accident. The cruelty is not, just something that's coming up, as an incidental that, oh, fuck, man, I guess we have to. No, the cruelty is the point. They could do this legally and humanely and do a better job. They're doing this in the most evil way possible because they are fucking evil. And they want to hurt these people. They want to make it scary to come to America. They want to set a precedent that if you come here, you will be harmed. And if you're not white, you are at risk. That is what they want. Because they are fucking fascists. Anyway, with that...
I'm gonna yes. I realized I said the last point 6 times, so I'm gonna head out. Thank you for taking the call. I do appreciate it. I fully support what you all do, and I wish you all luck. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Take care. Bye-bye. The person in chat, by the way, who was talking about who brings a gun to magazines to a peaceful protest, somebody who's worried about their safety. Because he has the legal right to do that and had a permit to do that. And he knows that people are going to show up and be agitators because 99% of the time, the people who are causing violence at these protests are white supremacists, are police officers, are people who are there to cause problems, as we saw with the Black Lives Matter protests. But even if that wasn't the case, he had the legal right to do it. He wasn't breaking the law. He never reached for the gun. He never brandished the gun. He never waved the gun at anybody. Nobody even knew he had the gun until he was on the ground and he was forcibly disarmed, at which point, even if you think he was a threat with a gun, he wasn't anymore. And then after that, while he was on the ground and unarmed, he was murdered. Fuck you if you think that this was justified. We've got 2 calls left. Shannon, I know you're getting tired. I know I'm whining a little bit too. Do you want to try to speed run line number 24 really quick because it's relevant? Or do you want to say these folks should call back another time?
No, let's speed run 24 and we'll let the other one go maybe. Or you can stay and I can bail because I'm going to start passing out and mumbling soon.
Yeah, Sarah, you were waiting for a long time. I'm sorry, but you're an atheist call, and it's something that we just don't have time for tonight. So we're gonna have to wrap you up. And
I don't have Erica's stamina.
right? We only have one more call, and it's from Adia, so we got to take that one by president of the channel, and we're going to do this one, and then we're going to wrap up the show. You call back another time if you want to talk about, especially Canadian stuff. Talk to Shannon. She's got them Canadian ideas. Yeah. Up there, down here in the land of the free. We don't know about that. So let's talk to Tim, and it'll be our last call, and we're hoping we're going to make it as short as we can while still being polite. Tim, you're on the line with Forrest and Shannon. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you? Never had a bad day?
Never ever.
I have.
Never ever. You got to learn from Forrest.
So
I try.
What do you want to talk about, Tim?
So I see you can see my topic was about deportations, but however, I've listened to a lot of your conversations, and if you'd prefer to talk about the abortion issue, I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys.
Please, no.
Please, God, no. No more abortion.
No, I think we're done with abortion. Everybody should get abortions forever. Abortions are awesome. But like the topic here, what you have is if someone is in the USA illegally, they should be deported. I say to that, just for the sake of argument, okay, but as we just said in the last call, as we were wrapping up there, Obama deported more people than Trump, and he followed the Constitution to do it. And he wasn't being an inhumane fucking scumbag doing it. Here now we have armed fascists marching through the street, rounding up anyone who isn't white, going door to door, demanding people to prove their papers, not showing their identities, not showing their badges, concealing their identities while demanding everyone else prove their identities, murdering protesters, losing immigrants, torturing people in their concentration camps. None of this is necessary. None of this makes America safe. None of this makes America great. And none of this is a necessary step towards supporting illegal immigrants. Anything beyond that, Tim?
Well, let's just say you are a person concerned with the amount of illegal immigrants and you want them to be removed from the country. What is your suggestion to those people?
Maybe follow Obama's playbook, because again, he did it better than Trump. And again, I didn't like that either. I think that the entire immigration system here should be massively reformed so that immigration is safe and fast and effective and easy. Right now, we have people who are waiting for a decade and more to go through the proper channels for immigration. We have people in this country who go to the immigration court over and over and are fighting through the process for over a decade and are still not citizens. My dad was not a citizen. He kept his green card his entire life because the process was just too difficult. So over 40 years, he was a resident alien, or whatever the fuck the term that they use is, right? The only reason, if he was alive today, the only reason ICE would not be arresting him is because he looks like me. He was white, and that is why he would have gotten a free pass. Meanwhile, ICE is literally been found arresting people at their naturalization ceremony and at court, at immigration court. So these folks are going the proper way. They're going through the long, tedious, expensive, difficult channels. They're at immigration court. They're at their ceremony to become a U.S. citizen. And ICE is snatching them up and deporting them and sending them to concentration camps. If you're that worried about illegal immigration, you have different priorities than me, but something for everybody, I guess. Find a humane and legal way to do it. Follow the Constitution. The Constitution, in the 5th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, says that every single person, not every citizen, not everyone with the proper paperwork, every single person in U.S. jurisdiction has equal protection under the law and the right to due process. If you're going to violate the motherfucking Constitution to try to keep your country safe and keep the law-abiding people in and the illegal people out, you're a hypocrite and a fascist and a dictator, and you deserve no respect. You don't get to break the law to show how important the law is.
Okay, Forrest. Can I make a statement?
Please, go ahead.
Well, you mentioned Obama, but the thing is, under Obama, I believe they had a different method for recording removals. So they were using returns of people who were only held for a day or two, where previous or other administrations, they're using interior arrests, so people who were really in the country already. And furthermore, I believe compared to Trump, I think Trump has very low numbers of people coming over. So that's
they're not making as many
Right.
apprehensions at the border because the flow is much slower.
They have a slower rate of people coming over because they are ramping up cruelty at the border, separating people from their families, children from their families, and all manner of other horrible things. But honestly, you could take that part of my argument completely out, and my main overarching point would be the same. If Trump had a phenomenally higher rate of deportations and of getting illegal immigrants out of the country, those are still human beings, and they need to be treated like human beings. They need to be taken care of appropriately. They need to be treated with dignity and respect, and you need to follow the Constitution to do it. So it genuinely, like I said, I still, like, if you think that my statement about Obama was incorrect or there was some nuance there, fine. For the sake of argument, I'll give it to you. The point remains that what we are doing to these people is monstrous.
Well, from my perspective, okay, I hear what you're saying, but the thing is, when I hear those things from people, it's coming from the same crowd of people that say, no borders, no wall, no USA at all.
Hey, hey! Listen, we're not talking about a crowd of people. This isn't a ubiquitous, generic idea. You're having a conversation with Forrest and myself. I'm injecting in this, and here's the thing. But no, I'm not done talking. Right? I don't care what you heard other people say or what you think of the people that said it. What I'm saying unilaterally, and I don't think that this should be controversial, is that no one should have to relinquish their rights. Every person within the borders of a country should have the same rights, and one of those rights is due process, and that right has been entirely suspended. And I think people like you should have a long look in the mirror because you've got a real case of the leopards won't eat my face-itis, because they're about to go knocking door to door and asking for papers.
Oh, they already are in Minnesota. These aren't targeted strikes where they're going in and getting specific people. They're picking people up while they're following the legal process. They're showing up to do the right thing legally, and they're taking them from that legal proceeding. Like, this isn't up for argument. It's not ambiguous. It's not about how big a problem immigration is. It could be the biggest problem in the world. It could be no problem at all. The same thing would stand. Even if it's just one person, if you had only one illegal alien in the entire country, just one, and if they were a murderer, they still have the right to due process. Is that controversial for you, Tim?
Why are you willing to negotiate away your rights? Or do you think, because those rights apply to you too, unless you think you're a different type of human being than they are, simply because they aren't from here, and that you are subject to a different type of rights because you are a different type of human being, which would make you a racist piece of shit. So I sure as fuck hope that's not why you're making this argument. You either have rights fundamentally as someone who exists within the borders of your country, or you don't. There isn't rights for this group, but not for that group. That's garbage. And that's all we're saying. There is no argument against it, except for that you're a racist and that you like what's going on. So pick a real good side, because this isn't fucking funny and it's not a debate. These are real people's fucking lives.
What do you think that due process?
The children are in fucking cages.
Okay, Shannon.
What should or could have a calm conversation about this. It's not up for debate. It's not a conversation. It's not.
Okay.
This is a fun thing to talk about to amuse ourselves and amuse an audience. A man got shot in the back yesterday. We're trying to protect another woman. And you don't like it because the type of people that make the argument say that we should have open borders. What the fuck? People have rights or they don't. Pick a side. Rights or not.
What do you think those rights are? What do you think those rights are?
Do you think that due process is important, Tim? Do you believe in the right to due process?
Yes, I think it's important, and I'd like to know what you think due process
then you
is.
should be saying fuck ICE too.
But what I'd like you to tell me what you think due process is.
Right to a trial.
Not getting beat beaten to death, not getting killed, not getting dropped off in the woods, not getting detained for no reason by an agency that, when you're an American citizen, by an agency that has absolutely no right to even interact with you at all, not having a paramilitary organization that is concealing their identities so that you can't tell them apart by anybody who's dressed like them, walking around on the street, demanding authority because they have weapons, and treating citizens however the fuck they want.
Should ICE agents be being shot at by snipers? Should that be happening? Should
where is it
the hotel where they're staying be attacked? What's that, Forrest?
Snipers are. I'm hanging up on you because they're fucking useless.
I'm just something fucking. This is so fucking boring, dude. Yeah, no one should be hurting anybody. We should all be in a fucking happy land where we all live happily together and nobody fucking hurts anybody forever. So maybe that means the fucking masked white supremacists shouldn't be hurting so many people, right? And it's like, oh, well, somebody hurt them back. Okay, that was bad. Now let's talk about all the fucking bad things they did. First and afterwards and forever. Am I condoning somebody fucking doing political violence? Of course fucking not. But how dare you sit here and say, you know, somebody was mean to them in a hotel. Somebody made a lot of noise and they weren't able to sleep. And one person actually shot at them when they literally just murdered somebody. They murdered a woman a little while ago. They've murdered several other people before that. They're killing people in fucking concentration camps, Tim. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? And not to mention, just take all of that away. Just pretend for a minute that they're doing their job fucking perfectly. Do you not see the problem with a fucking secret police force in this country? The fact that we've already had several cases of people dressing up as ICE agents to sexually assault women. Do you not get how that's kind of a fucking problem? That you have people who are deliberately hiding their identities, given complete federal immunity to whatever the fuck they want. You don't get how that's an issue? Is it really just a fucking all or nothing? If you care about immigration, you want a secure country, we just gotta be fucking Nazis sometimes and put everybody at risk. I mean, fuck, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, what about our jobs? If we can't just snatch people up off the street just based on racial profiling, then who's gonna work? How am I gonna get a job? How am I gonna get a job? God. These people are taking out. Oh, okay, so we're just willing to relinquish human rights. We're just so willing to do that. That's the counter argument, is that, well, maybe they shouldn't be here. Okay, go through due process then and remove them after they go through due process.
I can't handle that. Well, can you tell me what due process is? A trial, a lawyer, a phone call, seeing your family, not being tortured, not having your testicles crushed in a fucking concentration camp. That's part of due process.
Subpoenas.
Like, how fucking hard is it? Forrest. It's the same bullshit. It's the same bullshit as the people who try to say, like, oh, well, what even is a human right? You know, when you talk about human rights, what does that even mean? You're just trying to fucking Jordan Peterson obfuscate your way into fucking Nazism. And it's so fucking boring. That's what kills. It's not even fun. There are so many interesting ways you could try to be a piece of shit, but you're just picking the most boring fucking way to do it. Average Tim call, by the way.
Oh, is he?
If I remember correctly.
Regular? People are dying. People are being separated from the children. People are disappearing. People are going to their jobs and not coming back. A woman dropped her kids off to get a haircut, went to cash a check, and disappeared with her kids there. They're taking kids. They're using them as bait. There's a masked paramilitary organization approaching people willy-nilly without probable cause, without a warrant, without any sort of subpoena, anything indicating that they should be approached at all. Acting as judge, jury, and executioner in the street without having to even in any way identify themselves, which means that anybody could just cosplay as them and roam around, grabbing
and
people.
That is happening. We have several recorded cases of it.
They're picking up citizens just on, and then beating the shit out of them when they resist being picked up, which they shouldn't even be interacting with citizens at all. They should be going for their person they have a warrant for, going to that person, getting them, detaining them, telling them why they're being detained, walk them through the process. That's not what's happening. And everyone can see it. It is so fucking plain on your face that the only counter argument I can see right now is I like that this is happening, but I don't like the type of person that makes me. So I need to find some sort of whataboutism in order to be able to justify holding this position. And that makes you one of the fucking Nazis. And if that makes you one of the Nazis, I don't want to talk to you because I don't have space in my life for fucking Nazis right now. I just don't. The only space I have for Nazis is about this far away from my face while I'm screaming at them because they don't deserve a quarter in a conversation to be entertained because that's how we fucking got here. Anyway.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just fucking.
Yeah, it's not okay.
It's gross. It's gross that this is where we have to be. You know, because like I gotta tell you, fucking, I started these shows, and the first time I got somebody doing slavery apologetics, I was like, this is the worst. You know, this is the bottom of the barrel. And now, skip forward a couple of years, and we're literally having to argue about whether or not it is okay to detain people based on their skin color. And I don't know how to fix that. And that's frustrating.
It can't be reasoned with. I'm like legitimately upset. Like it's not.
Yeah.
That's all I can think about.
And there are so many fucking loveless losers out there that would consider this conversation a win for Tim because we are upset.
I don't give a fuck what they think. Those guys can actually suck my entire dick. I don't fucking care.
That is the actual level of discourse around this issue. That's I didn't believe. I credit to where it's due. I've quoted Jimmy Snow twice in this show with this one. I hate that. But like one thing that he said that I didn't take him seriously on at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I think he's right, is that the Nazis would have won if we had Twitter back in the day.
I hope that's wrong.
And that's I feel I also hope that's wrong. But I now understand where he's coming from, because the internet culture of just maybe I can get a reaction, maybe I can literally there's that meme of fucking two dudes in MAGA hats sitting in this fucking barren wasteland of fucking nuclear fallout and burning everything, and there's no life anywhere, and they're sitting around like a burning barrel trying to keep warm, and one of them's like, man, we really own the libs. You know, like that really is what it is. It's literally just, I will do anything, I will hurt anybody, I will kill anybody, even myself, if it means that Donald Trump gets another point. And some woke bleeding heart liberal cries. And
I hate it. People have always like it's like a long-term moral dilemma that was always a hypothetical. You know, what would you do if you were alive in Nazi Germany? Whatever you're doing right now, doing right now is the answer to that question.
Yes.
It's not hyperbole.
100%.
Whatever you're doing right now is the answer to that question.
Mm-hmm.
And you have more access to the information right now because of things like Twitter and because of things like TikTok. You were seeing in real time. If you're still looking at it from literally, not figuratively, literally multiple camera angles, and you could see it with your own eyes, and you're coming to any conclusion other than, holy shit, this is authoritarian fascism, and they're attempting to wield the strength of the government to control and diminish the rights of the population and targeting a specific group of people who they've made a villain to do so. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound analogous to anything? That's happening right now in front of you. Whatever you're doing right now is what you would have done if a Nazi came during World War II. That's the answer to that question.
And you see it too. Like I've talked about this before. There are so many like videos all around TikTok of conservatives, MAGA people in MAGA hats saying, you know, I've all the time when I was a kid, we saw the Hitler speeches. They were always in German. I'm listening to them in English, and we were lied to, y'all. He's saying a lot of good things. They're fucking Nazis, because the rhetoric Hitler used is the exact kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump uses. It's the exact same kind, and his entire administration.
The head guy's wandering around in a fucking Nazi trench coat.
Yep.
Like literally he's cosplaying.
Yeah.
And instead of the Gestapo. In front of you.
Like there's a meme people are saying the same thing you're saying, you know, whatever you would do in Nazi Germany is what you're doing now. There's a bunch of people who have been posting on threads and whatnot saying like, you motherfuckers would sell out Anne Frank. Like if Anne Frank was in your closet, you would tell them where to get it. And these brainless fucking people. Well, these are illegals though. Anne Frank wasn't illegal. It was illegal to be a Jew. Do you get that? Like it was fucking illegal. And like people don't fucking know what the Holocaust is. People don't know what genocide is. So it's like, oh well, they were just killing people. They were deporting them as well. They had ghettos and shit. They were sending people. You'd be surprised how many fucking Nazis were super pro-Israel because they wanted a place outside of Europe to put the Jews, right? That was the first thing they did. The camps that they killed people in came later. The ovens came later. And so you're sitting here saying, well, no, it's the illegal people. They were illegal people. When she wrote terrible things are happening outside, what the fuck do you think she was talking about? Like, I can't get it through my head that somebody would fucking see the world around them today and think that this is business as usual and that this is progress and this is justice and this is freedom. You have to be out of your fucking mind. And like that drives me up a fucking wall. And I want to take responsibility and say that as an educator, you know, as public figures, as communicators, we maybe have failed. But at the end of the day, I think that I spent my whole life wondering how the fuck those things happen. Because I studied a few genocides, especially in grad school. It wasn't just the Holocaust, fucking Rwanda and Darfur and all sorts of other ones. And like the systems are generally the same. The patterns are generally the same, and they're here. That's why so many genocide scholars are sending warnings. That's why so many historians and genocide scholars here in the United States are fucking fleeing the United States.
Your top ones in Canada now.
Yeah, they left because they see the writing on the wall. And I no longer wonder how these things can happen. Stupid people. Stupid fucking people in a cult of personality and political fucking chess and wanting to own the libs. That's how it fucking happens.
They don't think it'll happen to them. They don't think it'll happen to them.
We said during COVID, I know I did, that I'll never take a zombie movie seriously again unless there's a whole bunch of fucking Republicans running out to get bitten by zombies to prove that it's all a hoax. And now it's the same thing. I'll never fucking take a World War II movie the same way again until I see the sheer amount of people who are joining the Nazis just to prove a point. Not because they even believe in it anymore. Just to piss somebody off.
These are the same people that clapped for Kyle Rittenhouse. They clapped for Kyle Rittenhouse. They gave him awards.
The same people
he showed up with a fucking fully semi-automatic, like very vividly
AR-15.
Yeah, and killed somebody. Mm-hmm. And this man had a permit to carry. It was completely holstered. It wasn't visible. He never went for it. They disarmed him and they shot him in the back. And these people are calling him a terrorist. And people, even though they can see frame by frame what happened, like they can't believe them. They just have to. They just have to not care or think that hurting all of these people will somehow make life better for them. So they're complicit.
Yep.
Which is just as fucking bad.
Yep.
I feel helpless. I don't know what to do. Other than scream at people, I guess.
What do we do? I'm going to go out. I'm going to yell about the president on the internet. It's going to be great. That's my job. Whatever.
I'm going to disassociate until I go to bed.
Tomorrow, I'm going to record some silly-ass TikToks about the science of fermentation and bad creationist arguments. And I'm going to make some money, and I'm going to probably donate some of it to charity, and I'm going to use the rest of it to tell people to fucking go protest. And what a world. What a world we live in. We ended on the same shitty note we started on.
Build first aid kits. Carry them with you. Make sure you have a tourniquet.
Yeah.
Help your neighbors.
I just want to reiterate one time that if you're not okay, that's okay. I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are very scared, and I just want you to know that's all right. This is reason to be scared. But in the end, it's going to be okay. And if it's not okay, then it's not the end. So keep thinking, keep fighting. If you're going through hell, keep on going. If you think about giving up, think about what's kept you holding on for so goddamn long and hold on to it a little bit longer. Like Shannon just said, prepare yourself for the worst and expect the best. Take care of your neighbors, build community, donate to good charities, show up for the people around you. Spread love and positivity, and don't allow these evil motherfuckers to make you hate your most valuable asset, which is your community. I'm gonna go away now. Shannon,
before you go, it's just important for me to say quantum dragon titties. Because I think that's
don't forget.
Hold that in your minds.
if we had to have a lesson from tonight, quantum dragon titties. Absolutely.
The ever-loving quantum dragon of titties is here to watch over you and will breathe fire upon ice and rid them of the land.
To the person in chat who said that we should be vegan because we're talking about pain and suffering, and you're the reason more people aren't vegan. We're talking about human beings dying. Shut the fuck up.
That was a place to interject veganism.
Yeah. Oh my
God. No
God.
wonder more people don't listen to you. That's crazy.
Fuck.
What an appropriate time.
Thanks to Alexander for producing. Thanks to Shannon for co-hosting. Thanks so much to Stephanie for call screening. Thank you so much to Fea for doing the timestamps. Thank you so much to our mods in chat. Thanks so much to the people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thanks so much to the callers, even the ones that suck. Fuck guys, free Palestine, have an awesome rest of your day, and have a top learning. Bye.